Good morning, everyone. We're ready to get started here. Welcome, everyone, to our regular council meeting for September the 20th, 2016. Welcome back from summer and the break that we've had here at City Hall for council and staff. And a good morning to all joining us here in the chamber and those who are online. I'll first acknowledge we are on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, which we will now acknowledge at the beginning of our council and committee meetings. Now that we have the art of the three host nations here, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, we had a ceremony yesterday afternoon with the three artists and Chief Campbell of Squamish, and Councillor Alec from Tsleil-Waututh. And we have opened the chamber with these new three amazing pieces of art that were commissioned to acknowledge the territory that we are on, the history and the present, as well as our bright future together. So with that, we'll start our first meeting acknowledging the territory and recognizing the artists and the First Nations on whose territory we're on. And I'll ask our Madam Clerk for the roll call, please.
Mayor Robertson's in the chair. Councillor Louie is on a leave of absence. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Deal. Here. Councillor Jang. Here. Councillor Reimer. Here. Councillor Meggs. Here. Councillor Ball. Present. Councillor Carr. Here. Councillor Affleck. Here. And Councillor DeGenova. Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And first up is in-camera business. We are required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority are under the Vancouver Charter. They are listed in the updated agenda, and I'll ask someone to move that motion. Councillor Deal will move a seconder for that. Councillor Carr, and all those in favor of that motion. Any opposed? That carries. And we will go in camera today after our lunch break. And next up on the agenda are minutes from the regular council meeting, July the 26th, our last cycle. Any corrections to the council meeting minutes? Those are moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Minutes 2 are from the regular council meeting that followed the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. That was July 27th and 28th. Any corrections to those minutes? Councillor Jang moves, seconded by Councillor Deal. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Okay, we're on to our consent agenda items. We have 6 administrative reports and 9 policy reports on the agenda for consideration, and Council may adopt the recommendations for all of these reports collectively in one single motion. But I'll ask first if any members wish to hold any of these reports for debate, separate vote, or because of conflict of interest. And Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. If you could hold Administrative Report 2 and Policy Reports 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay. Okay, we've got those held. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you please hold Policy Report number 9?
Okay. And Councillor Stevenson.
Please hold Administrative Report 6.
Okay, we've got all of those held for a separate vote. And that means we need a motion to adopt the recommendations before council that are contained in the reports, with the exception of Administrative Report 2 and 6 and Policy Reports 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9, which are being held for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest. Councillor Jang will move and Councillor Deal will second. Any debate on the consent agenda or all the rest of the reports and their recommendations? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries unanimously. So we have now approved Administrative Report number 1. Let me just go back to that. That is the grant request for Atira Women's Resource Society, 420 Hawks Avenue. Administrative Report 3 is the grant to Catalyst Community Development Society for Social Housing Development at 585 West 41st. A4 is the 2017 interest rate on property tax arrears. A5 is the Waste Container License Program, 2017 license agreements, fees and amendments. And Policy Report 6 is the CD1 rezoning 1672 West 1st Avenue. Number 7 is CD1 rezoning for 305 West 41st Avenue, the Oak Ridge United Church. And Policy Report 8 is the CD1 rezoning for 920 East Hastings Street, Raycam Cooperative Community Center. Those have all been recommendations approved in that consent motion. And that means we are on to the next order of business. First, I want to look at varying the agenda for requests to speak on the motions of notice which come later in the meeting. And I'll ask for someone to move that, varying the agenda to hear any, to consider requests to speak. That's moved and seconded. And all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. So we have request to speak to motion B3. And should council wish to hear the speakers on that, the motion can be referred to the Standing Committee on City Finances and Finance and Services tomorrow. That's B3, which is the standing up for Vancouver's neighborhood schools. Councillor Reimer, would you like to move B3 and the referral? Okay. I'm happy to second the motion and referral. Any discussion on referring that to tomorrow's meeting to hear from speakers? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. So we have moved motion B3 to tomorrow to hear from speakers. And that means we're on to our report references. We have one report reference today, and that is encouraging homes for renters, emerging approach to empty homes. Kathleen Llewellyn-Thomas is here, our General Manager of Community Services, to present this report with a big team of people who have worked very hard on this over the summer. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've already said what I wanted to say, which is we've had a team of staff working dedicated basically around the clock since Council's direction to us to develop this tax. We know that the tax is in response to the urgent and important rental crisis that we have right now. And the purpose of it is to get as many homes back into the rental market to serve our public as possible. So the staff team has been working full time. And what we have before you today is a report of what we call our emerging approach. We've dealt with most of the legal issues. We have an approach that we're going to take to enforce the tax and collect the tax, and that will be presented to you. And we're going to be asking for your authority to kind of endorse this emerging approach, and then for us to go out to the public to consult mostly around what the exemptions to the tax would look like. So I'm going to be asking Matthew Burke, our policy planner, to do the details of the presentation to you, and then we'll all be here for your questions. Matt?
Welcome, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Burke. I'm a, thank you, housing planner with our Housing Policy and Projects Group, and I've been part of the staff team that's been working on the potential approach for addressing empty homes in the city. We have several members of the team here to help answer your questions after the presentation. We have Heidi Granger from our Legal Services Department, Abby Bond, who's the Director of Housing Policy and Projects. We have representatives here from our Finance Department, and we have the Project Manager for this project, David Nelson, is here as well. We also have the two General Managers who've been overseeing this work, Kathleen Llewellyn-Thomas, our General Manager of Community Services, and Patrice Impey, the CFO for the city, is here as well. So in terms of an outline for the presentation today, going to start off with talking about the policy rationale for why addressing empty homes, then moving into the guiding principles that the staff team is working within in terms of our draft objectives for the empty homes tax, then a slide on where we've been with this process and where we're headed in terms of project history and timeline. An important slide on the BC government enabling legislation that allows the City of Vancouver to move forward with this. And then the bulk of the presentation will be about the proposed approach, as Kathleen mentioned. We then also, of course, cover the recommendations as they are noted in the council report, and then a slide on next steps. So why address empty homes? As you know, the city has been quite successful in the creation of new rental housing supply, and we are meeting council's targets. However, despite this success, we still have very significant housing affordability challenges in the city. This graphic shows you that we are on track in terms of meeting most of the targets in the housing and homelessness strategy. Important thing to pay attention to here is the bottom line, which is our percentage of the 5-year target. We are now 5 years into our housing and homelessness strategy, and we're meeting most of these targets. However, as I mentioned, despite this success in creating new supply, there are significant housing challenges facing the city. Incomes have gone up by 7% over the past 25 years, while the price of a condominium on the east side has gone up by 280%. Ownership prices are increasing at a much faster rate than incomes, and this is reducing housing affordability in the city. This pressure on ownership housing stock is in turn impacting renters in our city who are having trouble finding a place to live. We have the lowest rental vacancy rate of all large cities in Canada and the highest rents of all large cities in Canada. So we need to use every tool available to encourage rental housing supply. We know that there is evidence of empty homes in the city of Vancouver. We have several studies that recognize this. For example, the City of Vancouver BC Hydro Consumption Study that was presented to Council in March of this year. Also Urban Futures relying on 2011 census data, and an earlier study by Andy Yan at BTA Works, which was completed in 2009. It's important to recognize that this is a global problem. Real estate investment in big cities around the world is driving pressure on the locals. In response, governments around the world are taking action to relieve pressure on local residents from the empty and underutilized properties issue. So we've contacted colleagues in other cities around the world, and the policies vary from place to place. Many governments, such as the UK, France, and Israel, have raised property taxes on empty homes and also removed pre-existing tax discounts on second homes. We are also seeing advocacy to raise taxes on second and vacation properties in these types of cities. It's important to notice that there is strong public support for action on empty homes. In 2015, Angus Reid poll showed that 82% of those responding supported imposing a tax on investor-owned empty homes. In May 2016, the city ran a Talk Vancouver survey where 91% of respondents agreed that empty housing is a problem in Vancouver. And then most recently in June 2016, Insights West released a poll where it showed that 80% of the respondents supported a tax penalties on people who purchase property without the intention to live in it or rent it out. So given all of these challenges and the evidence of empty homes and public support, Council did direct staff to report back on an approach for implementing empty homes in June 2016. So what are we trying to do in terms of our objectives? These are the objectives as described in the Council report on the draft potential approach. First and foremost, this is about encouraging owners to rent out empty homes. It's the primary and overarching objective of what we're trying to do here. Revenue generation is secondary to this. We expect that the program to tax empty homes will generate enough revenue to cover operating costs, and if there are additional net revenues, then those will be put towards affordable housing initiatives. The third principle is that owners should be supported as new landlords. And we've partnered with Landlord BC to ensure that owners are connected with all of the resources they provide to support landlords. And the final principle is that we're trying to create a program that's both easy to communicate and to administer. It's important that the public understands how the Empty Homes program is intended to work and that it's enforceable and effective. This slide shows where we've come from on this project and where we're headed. So the work on empty homes started back in March 2016 when Council received a presentation on the number of empty homes in the city. And at that meeting, Council asked staff to report back on options to address empty homes. With this direction, staff then convened a workshop session with local subject matter experts to brainstorm on potential policy options for addressing empty homes. And based on that advice from those experts, we reported back to Council in June 2016, identifying options for addressing empty homes. After receiving that report, Council directed staff to report back on a city-administered tax on empty homes and to work with the BC government to do that. The province responded quite quickly with amendments to the Vancouver Charter that allowed the city to move forward with a tax on empty homes. And following the amendments, the staff reconvened our panel of local subject matter experts to discuss a potential approach based on the enabling legislation. So based on this advice from the local subject matter experts, a review of best practices from other cities around the world, and working within the enabling legislation, staff have developed a proposed approach for implementing a tax on empty homes. The report you're receiving today sets out the details of this potential approach and requests that Council approve the approach in principle and direct staff to undertake public consultation on the emerging approach. Following consultation, staff would report back to Council with a recommended approach and bylaw. So it's, as I mentioned, very important to recognize that this program to tax empty homes needs to fit within the legal framework brought forward by the BC government. In July, the province amended the Vancouver Charter to provide the city with the authority to implement and collect an annual tax on empty homes. This legislation also established penalties and interest for failure to pay the tax. It established fines and penalties if the owner fails to declare the status, makes a false declaration, fails to submit evidence, or provides evidence that is not satisfactory. The maximum fine, as identified in the Vancouver Charter, is $10,000. The legislation also has two key requirements in terms of how we have to structure this program. The first is that the city must establish the circumstances when a property is considered to be empty. This means that we need to define what we mean by empty, and I'll get to that in just one moment. The second requirement is that we need to define the length of time that a property is empty before the tax applies. So here's kind of key elements of the proposed approach. It's described in the council report, and we've managed to summarize the whole thing onto one slide for you in 7 bullets. The first really important thing to recognize is that the majority of homes in Vancouver will not be subject to this tax. This is because the tax will not apply to houses or homes that are principal residence for the owner, a long-term tenant, or a family member. And the very next slide has a definition of what we mean by principal residence. The third important thing to note is that empty homes will be identified as empty using self-declaration to be verified through an audit and complaint response process. All homeowners whose property was their principal residence or that of a long-term tenant for the majority of the past year will be required to declare that, or they may be subject to the tax. Homeowners who fail to declare or falsely declare may be subject to fines or penalties, and there will be exemptions in some instances. And we have a slide coming right up on the exemptions. And the final piece is that net revenue from the proposed tax would be used for affordable housing initiatives. So how does the proposed tax work? So the BC Homeowner Grant Program has a definition of principal residence that the city could choose to adapt in drafting our bylaw and defining what we mean by a principal residence. According to their website, a principal residence is the usual place that you make your home. It's where you live and conduct your daily affairs like paying bills and receiving mail. And it's generally the residence used in government records for things like income taxes, medical services plan, driver's license, and vehicle registration. So the important thing to recognize here is that this concept of principal residence is something that can be documented and audited. Empty homes will be identified using several means, including annual self-declaration, selective and random audits to follow up on those declarations, and a complaint response process. Failure to declare or false declaration may result in penalties or imposition of the tax. So I apologize for the font being a little bit small. This graphic is in the council report. It's an example of how we envision the self-declaration form working. Every year, owners of residential property in the city would be required to complete a self-declaration about the status of the property over the previous year. So they'd be asked to check one of the following boxes. For example, through the previous year, option A was the principal residence of the owner, then no tax. Was it rented to a long-term tenant? If yes, no tax. Was it the principal residence of a friend or family member? If yes, then no tax. Category D, was it none of the above, but you qualify for an exemption, and that slide's coming right up, then no tax if you qualify for one of our stated exemptions. And then category E is it's not a principal resident of anyone, and you do not qualify for an exemption. So what we mean in the case of category E, where the tax would apply, would be long-term empty homes, second homes that are used occasionally, and properties that are only occupied for part of the year. So what will audits look like? The charter provides the city with the authority to perform both random and selective audits. If a declaration is selected for an audit, owners would be required to submit sufficient evidence to support their declaration that the home is a principal residence. Evidence could include a BC driver's license, BC medical services card, voter registration, proof of rental income, rental agreement, or proof of rental insurance. So exemptions will be the main focus of the public consultation process through the fall. We understand there are many different scenarios that may cause someone to leave their home empty. The following situations have been identified as examples of potential exemptions from the tax. For example, the property is in probate, or the property is wholly unfit for occupancy because it's undergoing major renovations with permits. The owner or tenant is in medical care. The property underwent a change in ownership in the previous year. The property is subject to strata rental restrictions and is unable to be rented. And the final one is something we've thought up is that the owner or tenant uses the home for the majority of the year, but they claim their principal residence elsewhere. So another really critical piece of the public consultation process is where do we set the tax rate? As I mentioned, the goal of the empty homes tax is to encourage occupancy. So the tax should be high enough to encourage owners to rent out their property. The council report identifies a range of between 0.5 and 2% of assessed value. This would mean, for example, that on an empty $1 million home would pay between $5,000 and $20,000 per year in empty homes taxes, in addition to the $3,100 that a $1 million home would pay in regular property tax. So staff have developed a series of slides that are designed to help illustrate how the proposed approach would work in terms of identifying when a tax would apply and when it won't. Start with the easier scenarios and then get into the more complex ones. So scenario one is Jim and Sue, who own a condo in Vancouver and live there full time. No tax. Jim and Sue would declare that the property was their principal residence and would not be taxed. Scenario two, Chris and Jane own a condo in Vancouver and rent it to Roy, who lives there full time. No tax. The owners, Chris and Jane, would declare that the property was the principal residence of a full-time tenant and are not taxed. Scenario three is Sarah and Rick. They own a condo and they rent it, and their daughter lives there full time. Sarah and Rick would not pay any tax. They would declare that the property was the principal residence of a family member. Scenario four is Gary and Pat, who own a condo in Vancouver that they use as a principal residence. They vacation in Florida every year during the winter months. So under our approach, there would be no tax because Gary and Pat would declare that the property was their principal residence. Scenario five is Aaron, who lives in Burnaby, but owns a condo in Vancouver that he leaves empty. In this case, the tax would apply. Aaron would declare that the property was neither his principal residence nor that of a full-time tenant. The tax would apply. Scenario six is Dan, who lives in Calgary and owns a condo in Vancouver that he visits a few times a year. So it's not fully empty 12 months a year. In this scenario, the tax would apply. He would declare that his principal residence was that the property was neither his principal residence nor that of a full-time tenant, and the tax would apply. Scenario seven is Jen, whose principal residence is in Victoria. She owns a home in Vancouver that is in the process of being demolished with permits. In this case, Jen would be exempt. She would declare that the property was neither principal residence nor that of a full-time tenant, but she would have to declare for an exemption. Scenario eight is Mark. His principal residence is in Victoria, but he works full-time in Vancouver and owns a condo in Vancouver that he lives in Monday to Thursday. So this is the exemption I mentioned earlier. He declares his principal residence was that the property was not his principal residence, nor that of a full-time tenant, but he can declare an exemption because he works in Vancouver. So those are the types of exemptions that we'd have to develop as part of the bylaw, and we'll be working them up through the public consultation process, trying to figure out all the different scenarios that we need to consider. And the final one is Ken, whose principal residence is in Kelowna. He owns a condo in Vancouver that he lives in 6 months out of the year, but he can't claim that it's his principal residence. So should this be exempt? We recognize that this is one of the most difficult challenges that the council will have to deal with in terms of how to treat homes that are not a principal residence and are used occasionally or for part of the year, such as second homes or vacation homes. So we will be consulting the public on this question in particular, right? It'll be important to collect public input on whether second homes should be exempt from the tax and whether there's a particular threshold of use that should be required. So measuring the impact, what would success look like? Staff will use several indicators to triangulate the potential impact of the tax, recognizing, of course, that there are many variables that affect these types of indicators. When these indicators show improvements in the rental market, the tax could be reduced or eliminated. Here's the recommendations as set out in the council report. We're asking council to approve the proposed approach in principle and to direct staff to undertake public consultation. We're also asking that council approve a significant budget for public consultation to make sure that we engage the large and diverse group of stakeholders who may be impacted by this tax. In terms of next steps, if council approves the approach and directs staff to move forward with public consultation, we will undertake those activities through the next month and report back to council before the end of the year with a recommended approach and bylaw. The important piece to take away from this slide is to note that the program will be linked up with our existing property tax billing process. Those are the words on the slide that are highlighted in green. So these notices about this new tax will not be something that is thrown in the garbage by mistake. It's something that's going to come in with your regular property tax notice so that people will see it. So for example, in December 2016, if the tax is approved, we would mail out a notice that the tax will be applicable starting January 1st, and this notice would go out with the 2017 advance tax notice. The next notice to owners would be in June 2017 with the regular property tax bill, and the self-declaration form for the 2017 year would be mailed out with the 2018 advance tax notice in December. Here's the slide on the budget for public consultation. You'll note the majority of the budget is to cover the costs of a mail out to property owners. Roughly 200,000 property owners would need to receive a letter from the city within the next week or so, advising that the public consultation process is underway and that they should get involved if they're interested. So here's that slide again, the entire approach on one slide. First thing to remember, majority of homes will not be subject to the tax. Homes that are principal residence will not be subject to the tax. We will identify homes as empty using self-declaration, verified by audit, complaint response. All homeowners whose property was their principal residence or that of a long-term tenant would have to declare or may be subject to a tax. Homeowners who fail to declare may be subject to penalties. There will be exemptions in some instances, and that'll be the focus of the public consultation going forward. And net revenue will be used for affordable housing. So just 3 slides left for you. Since we released the report on the council website last week, we've noted 3 kind of big questions that have come up in the media, and we wanted to take this opportunity to try to provide some clarity about what's in the council report, what's in the proposed approach in terms of the way that staff are thinking about this. So the first question we've heard is, what if owners just keep the lights on in order to avoid the tax? So we want to point out that utility consumption, such as electricity consumption, will not be used to identify empty homes. We will be using self-declaration, audit, and complaint response, and homes that are a principal residence will not be subject to the tax. The second piece is, what about homes that are used as short-term rentals? So So again, homes that are a principal residence will not be subject to the tax. So the way that staff are thinking about this in terms of going forward is homes that are used exclusively as a short-term rental and are nobody's principal residence would be subject to this tax. The final slide is, will second homes be exempt because they're used occasionally, i.e. they're not fully empty for the full 12 months. So again, homes used as a principal residence will not be subject to the tax. The emerging approach as described in the council report would include taxes on secondary properties left empty or underutilized. But we recognize that this is the most important piece that the council will have to decide on, is how to treat these types of homes. So we will be consulting with the public about second homes and under what circumstances there could be exemptions. So final slide. Remind you, of course, that Vancouver is facing a significant rental housing challenge, and empty homes are a potential source of rental housing supply. Public consultation will help staff to shape the tax on empty homes. And we will continue our discussions with the province to identify whether data can support enforcement of the tax, and report back to council in November 2016 with a recommended approach. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. And we've got a number of councillors on the queue with questions. We'll do a round of questions on this first. And I've got some questions right off the top. First and foremost, congratulations on getting the whole summary on one slide. It feels like there's been a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding and overcomplicating what this empty home tax is and how it might work. I think you've articulated it very clearly here with the focus on primary residence. And I just wanted to ask, in terms of the expert panel that staff consulted on this, can you just talk about how they felt about the focus on primary residence and secondary residence, and then this question that we want to go out to the public with secondary residences and how much time you're in them. Obviously, we want to hear what people think about that. Can you talk about what the expert panel is advised on that, or is that still work in progress?
Sure. So I can tell you about the themes that came out of that workshop. Basically, they agreed wholeheartedly that this has to be as simple as possible in terms of explaining to people what we're doing. The way that we set up the conversation with them is we started talking about the homeowner grant program and how folks are used to every year checking a box to get that grant if you're a principal residence. And they like the idea of taking that concept that people are used to and extrapolating it to this type of approach with an annual declaration process followed up by audit. That we'd have to expand it to tenants, not just owners as principal residence tenants, and also family members. So they were quite supportive of that kind of approach. They definitely recognize that this question about temporary use, such as vacation homes, will be the trickiest piece of this. And so we're going to have to ask folks what they think is reasonable.
Okay. In terms of how the tax works, I mean, there's been, again, I think a lot of speculation or misunderstanding with it. This tax is very similar to other taxes. Self-reporting is standard, and with other types of income tax and homeowners grant in particular. Will the enforcement be the same, a similar approach to those other self-reporting type taxes?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're all anxious to answer that one. It will look very similar to what all of us as taxpayers would experience through the federal or provincial income tax collection process, where you reflect back on the last year, you declare on your own signature that was what your income was, and then you pay your tax in accordance with that. And those processes include an audit process where if it's suspected or on a random basis, if you're selected and it's found that you have not declared correctly, then there are penalties for that.
Okay, and in terms of the penalties, are we thinking comparable to what the penalties are with income taxes, for example? If someone's cheating on their income tax and they self-declare and it's not correct, we talking about the similar sorts of penalties, or how will we apply that?
The Vancouver Charter permits us to levy penalties up to $10,000, and we're going to be working, as we develop the bylaw, we're going to be looking very closely at whether we can both have the penalty and have someone pay the tax. And we need to do that in consultation probably with the province, and it would be our desire to make the penalties as hard as possible so that somebody would be incented to do the right thing and not declare falsely. So it's something that's still a work in progress.
So we are, as with everything else, in terms of fines or penalties, we're capped at the 10,000 that the province has in the Vancouver Charter for this situation too?
Yes, we are.
But we could potentially increase the tax rate to make it more punitive if people are gaming the system.
We'll be looking into that for
Okay.
sure.
Okay, that's helpful. Obviously, I think it's important that the enforcement side is significant enough that people take it seriously. So appreciate that. That's my main chunk of questions for now. I'm going to go to Councillor Jang. Questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I was at a barbecue on the weekend, and the latest party game, of course, is how can we beat the tax? And everybody went around with a glass of wine, inventing ways of beating the empty home tax, everything from like turning on the lights and putting on a timer, having mail delivered there on purpose, sending children in to pretend they live there, all sorts of things. It got sillier and sillier as the night went on. But is it that easy? Think it'll be that easy to fool the tax?
So what we're going to try to do is use similar definitions to the homeowner grant process and similar kind of audit and evidence approaches. One of the things that we're thinking about is to have kind of buckets of evidence. So if you're in bucket A, that's the gold-plated evidence. We're not quite exactly sure what's in bucket A, but if you can give us that, you just need to give us the one piece. But if you can't give us that, you need to, bucket B, you need to give us 3 pieces, bucket C, 4 pieces. So that's how we're thinking of structuring it.
Okay, that's very helpful, because listening to the radio and all sorts of things, all sorts of people speculating on ways you can beat the tax, but I didn't think it was going to be that easy given levels, just as we do with any tax system, you know, like when you don't pay your income tax, you get in trouble for this, and there's different amounts of evidence that's given. The other one is that I was listening to a number of radio stations and that since this discussion began, and going back to, okay, so when is a house going to be exempt? So I know we're going out to public consultation, is it going to be 6 months or whatever, but there's a situation that has come up where, say, a family all pitches in to start buying property for their children to give them a heads up in the future. And these kids are away at school, so they're not actually living there, but they will be back within a year or something like that. Are they going to be subject to a tax? I mean, because for that 1 year, or is there going to be some sort of leeway?
So that's something we'll have to make sure to define in the bylaw after consulting with the public on those types of situations.
Okay.
We'll see.
See what the public feedback is.
Where we get to with all the different types of situations and what is reasonable, right? If it's vacant for a full year, maybe it is possible to get a renter in there for the year.
Okay. Well, on that, I mean, sort of some of the people who we spoke at this barbecue, we said, okay, if I was a landlord, a new landlord, for example, and my kids are coming back in a year, I feel kind of guilty renting it out to somebody for a year and booting them out. And on the second hand, I feel kind of bad because I'm a new landlord. I really don't know what to do. I think the residential tenancy branch favors renters way over landlords, and you know, I've seen my friend's place gets trashed, and on and on and on it goes. So maybe you can talk about that a little bit. Firstly, a little bit about how we would support new landlords, and B, is it really fair to have somebody in there for just a year before you want to kick them out for your kids?
Sure. So on the supporting landlords, we're definitely working closely with David Hutniak, the executive director at Landlord BC. He's one of our core partners on this in order to link new landlords to all of the resources that they have there. The resources are laid out in a really easy to understand way in terms of landlords knowing their rights and knowing what processes to follow in terms of getting a good tenant in, so you have a good, successful relationship there.
Okay, so really it's about educating the new landlord so they can say very clearly in the lease agreement that, okay, you're going to be here for a year because I need the property back, you know, and, you know, all the usual things, you know, like damage deposits and the expected behavior, and how to select actually a good tenant.
That's right.
Because quite often people just say, whoever, I need the money to pay the mortgage, so I'm just going to take anybody, and it's not, they often regret it.
That's right.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Meggs is next.
Thanks very much. And it is a really impressive amount of work, and there's a lot of scenarios we could run. But I'm more interested in this interface between the rental proposition and short-term rentals, which you make a passing reference to, and we're going to hear more about short-term rental quickly. But just tell me a little bit about staff's thinking. I think I agree with your proposition that a short-term rental would not qualify as a principal residence. But it strikes me that it does mobilize the property to some degree. So would we be looking to integrate the data collection on both sides? I don't want to prejudge the outcome of the short-term rental piece, but I guess my question is this: would this tool, combined with the homeowner grant approach and so forth, not give us a really pretty fine-grained insight into what's going on at a high level at every home in the city?
I think I'd agree with that at high level.
Yeah, for sure. And we're starting to zero in on short-term rentals using the principal residence as a test of whether or not someone can rent their place on the basis of short-term rental.
I mean, we already provide approval to do a B&B under the existing licensing in a primary residence anyway, and the owner remains in the residence. That's part of the existing rules. So there could be some elaboration of that. What I'm driving at here is the role for the province, because we may wind up with a database then which will say, here's the property address, they applied for the homeowner grant, we understand that they're listed in certain other areas, so we can confirm it is their principal residence, or they've said to us they are renting it. We'll know quite a bit about it. Is it possible to harmonize more with the province in terms of Condominium Act changes and some of the other rental stuff? Have we started to clarify that? Because the province was very collaborative in providing the amendment. But obviously, we don't operate in a vacuum here. We're next door to Burnaby, Surrey, Westman, and so on. So are there areas where you see the province having an opportunity to step in and assist as well?
We're keeping that door open. As we moved forward with this, we wanted to ensure that we had kind of an approach that we would be able to the degree possible, implement ourselves. But we've been in ongoing dialogue with them about continuing to get information from them. And for sure, when we learn something globally about what the nature is of tenure of our accommodations, then we want to share that up with them to see what they could do province-wide, or certainly for Metro Vancouver, that might get better outcomes for renters by having as much available on the market as possible.
I notice you point to the fact that the province authorized the city to send people into units as part of this bylaw, as part of the inspection process, so that the charter empowers the city to do inspections of premises where there's I presume where there's a complaint or something of that sort. Do we have those powers in other cases? I mean, the constant call I get, and you can hear it in Councillor Jang's question, says, oh, I see a violation over there, please send down an inspector and stop that right now. And there's a lack of understanding of the legal processes required. Is there anything different in this proposed bylaw in that respect, that there would be quicker inspection and tougher enforcement?
Actually, there isn't, and through the short-term rentals analysis, we've looked very closely at what the complaints need to be. So they actually have to be very specific complaints. They can't just be a global complaint. You know, I saw someone dragging a suitcase into an apartment, you know, go check it out. It needs to have, you know, time and date. It needs to have a specific address, and we need to be able to know who the complainant was. So we're actually quite limited. We have all the powers to enter into a property under our you know, state of good repair and you know, neighborhood mess and decrepit buildings. We have all of those powers to go in, but it's more particular how we can follow up on a complaint about Airbnb.
So the onus is still on the city to demonstrate that the place is empty and therefore subject to the tax. It's not up to the homeowner to provide that. That's why I was struggling with that question of inspection, and this is a difficulty that comes up all the time. We have a burden of proof to say that a given bylaw is being violated. It's not up to the homeowner to provide information that would incriminate them in that respect. I guess this is the part I'm getting at in terms of enforcement that I think is tricky on all these fronts. Maybe I'm in a kind of a blind alley here, but
I hate to step outside of my professional knowledge, but what this approach is doing is requiring that any property owner make a positive declaration. This is my principal residence. or the principal residence of a tenant or a family member, or it's not. And if it's not, then they're subject to the tax. So it's kind of a logic tree, right? And so the onus is on the property owner to inform us. And then through the penalties and the other things we've talked about, it's also, it's their onus to do so honestly and not falsify.
Councillor Meggs, if I might jump in on this point. I think the idea, as you've heard, is the approach is that people will self-declare. If we have some reason to believe that they have declared in a way that is inaccurate, we can then audit it, and we can ask them for documentation to prove that they are either renting it or that they're living there. So then there's a series of documents that they could provide to us to prove that. If they can't supply those, then we have reason to believe that it doesn't meet any of those categories, and it's the same documents that Matt mentioned in the presentation. So that's, I don't think we envision sending inspectors by and looking in windows and, it's, did you meet our criteria or not? And that's how we can establish whether they're declaring accurately.
Thanks.
Okay. Next up is Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much, and really this is a very impressive report in such a short period of time that you had to put this together. But I'm going to start off by teasing you a bit and say I was really impressed with all of the examples of Bill and Jane and Sue and Ralph and Margaret and Ken, and then a bunch of single guys in condos. I was looking just for one Bill and Bill, or Bill and Ralph, or Bill and...
We did have Gary and Pat in there.
Oh, Pat is Pat. Oh, I took Pat as. Well, that's really skating. If I was public looking at this, I would wonder when I see so many in regards to enforcement, this may be a fine. This may result in fines. You used that phrase several times. So can you tell me why you're obviously using that for a reason, why you're, what I might suggest is holding back on being more definitive.
I think my colleague wants to. I jumped up ahead of her.
The Chair, Councillor Patrice Impey, Director of Finance, and I just maybe will make a couple of comments on the audit penalty process and then pass it over to legal. But
don't take all my 5 minutes now.
Okay, very quickly. We are really just in the preliminary stages of developing the audit process. With this tax and the way it's been developed, the vast majority of people will not be eligible for the tax, and so it's made as simply and easy as possible. Our job now, once we've got a bit more of this emerging thoughts around the tax and the exemptions, is to build an audit program that supports that. It'll be audit, penalties, fines, and those will all be developed really based on the tax. So we're in the process of doing that. We'll follow the same best practices that the federal government does around income tax. So some of these things are just in progress now, and so thus the term may. We really haven't established where exactly the fines and penalties and exactly how we would administer those, but we're now at the point where we can do that because we've got a pretty good idea of the tax concept.
Okay, that's great. That's enough on that. Regards to principal residence and exemptions, and there's a number of exemptions which are easy to understand, family and so on, but then you come to friend, and now how do you define a friend, and how long does a friend have to be before a friend qualifies?
Sure. So the way we're thinking about it is owner, long-term tenant who pays market rent, or a licensee, which is a friend or family member, someone who has your permission to be there but is not paying rent. So that person would still have to show the same evidence that it is their principal residence.
Okay, that's really helpful. Two questions here because I'm running out of time. One is, can you go a little further into where this tax has been really effective in other jurisdictions? And secondly, when you go out to public consultation, I'm concerned that it's really broad, that obviously there's going to be a lot of homeowners who rush to that consultation because maybe they have a second home or whatever and they're wanting to make sure their views. But then there's a whole slew of renters who need space, and this is what it's targeted for, obviously, to rent, that might not have their views and might be quite in opposition to the homeowners. So I just want to hear that we will be hearing from everybody and not just homeowners.
Right. So in the first survey we did, we had 60% renters, 30% owners. As you know, the city is about 50-50. So we thought that was, in the right direction in terms of getting representative voices out. Definitely when we present the results of the public consultation in November, we will cross-tab it by the tenure, so you'll be able to see what owners thought versus what renters think. In terms of other cities, we did reach out to get on the phone with these different global cities and ask them, how have you done this? What pitfalls have you witnessed, and what should we avoid? One of the main things we heard from them was using the length of time that the building is physically occupied is very difficult to do. You're much better off to go with this principal residence kind of concept. So that was what we heard from them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. Thank you again for the report. My first question has to do with the first mail out that we're doing, 10,800 homes. We identified those homes through a survey that was presented to council, and that was based on data from...
So that was BC Hydro data. It was
Right.
anonymous when it was provided to us, so we
Right.
don't have those addresses.
Okay. We don't have, so we don't know. We can't do the 10,800 homes then. So we're just mailing to everybody, is that
We're
right?
mailing to every single property owner in the city. Yeah.
Okay.
Residential property.
Have we, okay, so have we had any concerns about, people have been talking about BC Hydro-based data being a problem. We only know that it's 10,800 homes, but we don't really care at this point that it's 10,800 because we know we are going to now ask for self-declarations.
So the 10,800 was used to get a kind of ballpark of the number of long-term empty homes in the city.
Right.
That data is not being used for
Okay,
this.
if we
We're
do
using-
any future surveys of this kind, data collection, again, it will be anonymous. It will just simply give us a sense of how many homes.
If we repeated the BC Hydro data, it would have to be that methodology. It would have to be anonymous.
Same thing, all right. Okay.
And we will be doing that. Yeah.
Okay. The failure to report is subject to a penalty. And I noticed that you said it's subject, or how we identify that is through an audit process, and you use the phrase, or a complaint process. Could you describe to me what the complaint process is?
You want to take this?
Abby Bond, Director of Housing Policy and Projects. So the city has many bylaws that are in effect right now, and we will be using our normal approach, receiving information from the public where they have concerns about bylaw infractions. So we're using 311. So there is no separate snitch line for this particular tax, as has been reported in the media. We are using our regular 311 process to enable the community and individual members of the public to contact us if they have concerns.
Great, okay, thank you. I appreciate that information. So if somebody knows that their next door neighbor is like never there, they have the opportunity to say, look, we want to make sure that they are not declaring this as a principal residence. Is that?
That's right. It would be similar to other suspected bylaw infractions. You would call the city and say, I think a bylaw is being infracted.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the empty home survey that we did, or the data we received that was based on BC Hydro, that data did indicate 90% of the empty homes are condos.
That's right.
And the goal of this program is to actually have people rent their homes, like not to pay the tax, but to rent them. So one of the barriers in that appears to me to be the strata councils that restrict the rentals in their buildings. Do we have any sense about how many of these homes might be in, like of the 90% of the 10,800, how many might be in restricted buildings where they simply can't rent?
So we have, as I mentioned, it was anonymous, that data, but we have information from a survey from the Condominium Homeowners Association.
Right.
And they advise that the majority of buildings that have high vacancy, majority of condominium buildings with high vacancy are newer buildings that have the right to rent on the title. So it's not what you would think, but it's the buildings that actually have preserved the right to rent Those are the ones with the highest vacancy, because investors don't want to invest in a building with any kind of restriction.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, are we at all working with the strata councils or through the provincial government regarding the legislation that enables restrictions on the rentals, the number of rentals that can be had in a various strata?
So obviously, this policy and our whole approach is designed to increase the number of homes that are available to renters. And so we are in an active conversation with the Strata Association around this issue and monitoring the situation. And it's likely to be a topic of discussion between ourselves and the provincial government, especially through our housing reset, to see what additional legislation or tweaks can be made to further increase the ability of people to rent in the city.
Okay, that's good. Happy to hear that. Finally, around the verification of principal residence, homeowners grant, that might sound like probably the best tool because you're declaring it to be principal residence. Can a person have a principal residence in another country, another province, and still declare a homeowner's grant because it's their principal residence in Vancouver?
Sorry, I'm looking over my colleagues here, and people are saying no. Do you want to come up? We have someone here who deals with the homeowners grants. This is
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marty Rodakovich. I'm the property tax manager. And the questions you asked is whether people can claim a homeowner grant in British Columbia if they have a principal residence elsewhere.
Yes, so they'll just declaring it's a principal residence here, right?
They're not legally allowed to do it.
Not legally allowed.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay. I think I'm out of town.
That is your time.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor DeGenova is next.
Thank you very much. I had a few questions. First of all, I was just hoping for clarification on page 4. The survey, it mentions owners who occupy or rent out their home should pay less tax than owners who leave their home empty. Would this be less of the tax that you're proposing, or would this be less property tax as we currently see it now?
less total tax, I guess. So the aggregate of both. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question I have is you mentioned the maximum fine to be $10,000. I understand that the maximum fine currently is $10,000 that the city can impose on marijuana dispensaries that are open without meeting the city's requirements under our amendment to our zoning bylaw. I'm wondering if you could perhaps elaborate on what we've been able to charge for that, and have we seen those fines that were issued be paid back to us? Because this would be similar, I suppose, in issuing fines to homeowners who were not paying. Or if they were paying the city, I'd be interested to know what the numbers would be on the dispensaries that were issued fines that are paying us, and what we can do to enforce that.
I might, Councillor, just for fear of going down a rabbit hole on the medical marijuana dispensaries, ticketing, and the various other issues, I'd like to suggest that if you have questions on that, we come back at another time, or we could provide you a memo on tickets. I think we've been providing every other.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. It's just regarding the fines specifically. I mean, really, medical marijuana was the closest one I could find in my research, but we're issuing fines, and I understand it can be up to $10,000. So will the initial fine be $10,000? Would we have a sliding scale? $250, then up to $500, or would it be $10,000 a one-time fine per year?
So if I might, I think what we were trying to say during the presentation and what the general manager had indicated a couple minutes ago, that is part of the work that we are undertaking right now, is to establish what the fines would be, what other tools we might have to increase them. I mean, ultimately, we want to make sure that if people are falsifying records or disclosing inaccurately, that we have all the tools at our disposal to ensure that there's a disincentive to do that. And that's what we'll be looking to do as we engage in consultation with the public and complete our work in this area.
Thank you. Another question that I have is regarding a media report that I suppose it was an MLA who brought this to the attention of the media, that there were $58 million in real estate that was owned or in the names of 9 students. Could we possibly and potentially see million-dollar homes being put into the names of children and one person living in a dwelling that is much bigger than what one may need because people are trying to avoid this tax? Could we see unintended consequences here?
So the way that we've structured it, if there is someone living there and it's their principal residence, they file their taxes from there, they have their driver's license there, that's occupied, that's not vacant. And so under the way we've structured it, yes.
Okay, another question I have is legally, if we're not sitting, if the city or a bylaw enforcement or an enforcement team is not sitting outside of this person's residence, doesn't have access to security cameras, and their lights are turned on or off, I haven't had any discussions with anyone as to how to beat the tax like Councillor Jang, but I'm just wondering, how would we be able to prove that in a court of law? And could they say, you weren't monitoring my residence 24/7? First of all, monitoring my residence 24/7 would be like a big brother type of thing. If someone called and complained, they couldn't really substantiate that unless they had 24-hour surveillance on that. So would that be an issue for the city, and what would the legal cost be to try and prove that?
I think, to be clear, the approach that we're taking is not to watch people's use of their homes. I have to take you back to, it's like income tax or anything else, we are asking citizens or community members, homeowners, to declare in a statutory declaration with respect to tax payment that it is their principal residence. So we won't be watching anybody or checking, that there's no staff resources, and it's not part of our plan to do that.
Well, I heard in the report, and this is another question, that these are the steps that would be taken, the investigation and the enforcement. So I'm wondering if someone does report their neighbor or is concerned about this, the city would have to investigate. And then there was gold-plated evidence I heard about. So I'm just wondering if we have a legal opinion as to how that would stand up. And then also, you know, it's self-reporting, but I had also heard that marijuana dispensaries, we would only have 13 open in the city of Vancouver. And I understand we have 92 open because some have chosen not to close and not to comply with the city's bylaws and policies. So I'm wondering if we've looked and learned it all from that in implementing this tax or fine system.
So this tax system is based on a declaration around a tax, and sorry, I've lost sort of the thread of what you were saying. So the trigger, what would happen is if someone complains, is we would examine the declaration that a particular address had made, and then it could lead to us doing that audit. And as Ms. Impey explained, we're in the process of developing exactly what those audit tools would be. So it would be very much the way that somebody from CRA would be following up on someone who is suspected to not have declared income on their income tax.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, could I just ask for clarification? I don't think part of my question was answered.
I heard an answer to your question, so.
It was a part of the question that I had asked earlier regarding incentivizing or providing an incentive for homeowners to rent instead of a penalty. That was earlier when before you jumped up. So I'm just wondering if there was any way that could be answered.
The incentive for homeowners to rent is to avoid paying the tax. And then we're going to be supporting them with tools to understand what it means to be a landlord, and linking up with Landlord BC so that they can understand what are the proper ways to be a landlord and manage their property.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ball is next.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the report and all the work that's gone into it. I have a couple of questions. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly we're trying to solve. And that has gotten blurred. It's gotten blurred in the media, and certainly in speaking with various neighbors. So nobody wants a neighborhood full of empty homes. Obviously, that's the issue. But are we looking at trying to stop investment from foreign investors in residential real estate? Are we trying to stop investment in residential real estate by anyone, and then that home being just left empty forever? Or are we trying to make money to create affordable housing? And in terms of looking at what we're doing here, I'm just trying to figure out where we're going to see any success, or is this something we can do? So that's my first question, is what are we actually, what's our priority here in what we're trying to achieve with this specific tax?
Okay, so I think it's important to notice that this is not a tax on investors. It's a tax on folks who leave their investment empty. So we're trying to encourage them to rent it out. It's not a tax on investment.
Okay, so that being my question, the answer, thank you. In the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, there's nothing mentioning property rights, but it certainly says that our laws need to be reasonable and fair. And the question that has come to me, is it reasonable or fair to push people into an occupation, i.e. landlord, that they are either not prepared for, don't understand, are not likely to understand for a number of issues, given their human circumstances? And you've given us a number of examples, but we don't have a method of appeal. And I'm wondering, where that is in terms of where things are going here. And because human circumstance is so varied and so wide that I've been listening to some of the seniors who have owned their houses for 40 years in the city. They're terrified. They find this terrifying because to them, it means they can't respond to the circumstances. A daughter who's ill, that they have to go and look after her and her kids for a year or two, then are they forced into becoming a landlord? How can they then come back to their home if they're forced into renting it? Because the circumstances with their daughter might change. And there are so many of these that people are saying to me, this is my real life circumstance, but nothing is being mentioned about how one can actually respond to the person who's been here for 40 years or 50 years and has worked hard and built their home and they consider it their castle. So how do we reconcile that need for flexibility and a genuine, honest flexibility? Because the idea of people wanting to get round taxes is the kind of thing I've seen in Russia, that I saw certainly in East Germany before the wall came down, is everybody had to get around something because they didn't feel it was possible for them. We don't want a society like that. We don't want a snitch society. We don't want that here in Vancouver. So how can we make this work and still respond to the real needs of the citizens who are here? And I'm sure we want to do that. I just don't think we're seeing it quite yet.
I guess just to address the particular instance you raised, if a person has owned a home for a long time and for whatever reason their life takes them out of that home, as long as their principal residence stays there, so their health card is has that address on it, their driver's license, whatever other, they're filing their income taxes. Again, most Canadians file their income taxes honestly, and we expect that they'll file this one honestly as well. So as long as it's their principal residence, then that question is positive and they will fall into the category of not being subject to the tax.
Mm-hmm. So the appeal process, though, because if you are relying on complaints, and they do come in, and some of them are reasonable, as Councillor Jenks mentioned in the past, people thought he wasn't there because he was renovating. People thought I was selling my house because my curtains were closed. There's all kinds of complaints that are just unrealistic and unreasonable. But when you ask for that, as we do with the watering situation, we're asking people to let us know, if we do this in the same way, then what are the controls and what's the appeal?
So the charter changes that set out the framework for it requires that we have an appeal process. Mm-hmm. And part of the refinement we're going to do through the consultation process, and as we prepare a bylaw to bring to council in November, will be to articulate exactly what that appeal process will look like and what the body is, who's going to hear the appeals and that kind of thing. It's still a work in progress. So we have some activities going on at the same time. The consultation will also inform the particular kinds of exemptions that we're going to be looking for. And we had identified a few in our presentation, that if a home is under renovation, if a person is in hospital or long-term care, all those sorts of things will be explicit exemptions that won't be needing to go through an appeal process.
Mm-hmm.
And that's your time, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. So what you're saying is the consultation will address the appeal
The consultation will help us think about how we should structure an appeal process, but we also are going through the fine legal details of how to set that up to be in compliance with the charter requirements.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Reimer is next, I believe. Councillor Affleck?
Game of button pushing there. So I just want to recap this report the way I think I'm catching it here. To implement this, we need to create a process, a complaint process. We need to verify those complaints. We need to deal with the potential appeals and potential lawsuits. We need to manage the numerous exemptions that you've alluded to, you wrote in your report, and then process the tax. So that basically encapsulates the whole process there, roughly. In the end, we have to process that tax.
Yes, and
all that,
receiving the self-declarations.
It sounds like a bit of a bureaucratic nightmare to me, but I mean, it just sounds like a never-ending process of back and forth with potential residents. So I'm very worried about that, and I know that you've touched on the staff time in the report, but it seems to me that this could end up in a complete circle with residents.
So the self-declaration will be an online process, and checking boxes for the different exemptions will also be. You have to remember, self-declaration, it kind of is the main framework for this, and it's following up on particular declarations where we choose to through audit or complaint response.
Okay. One of the things that in the previous report, there was the 90% or 90% of the, as Councillor Carr addressed, that 90% of the empty homes are actually condos. The challenge of, you've touched on that. How many of the 10% of the empty homes can we, do you roughly think will be taxed in this situation that will fit into this criteria that we are building here? 1%, 2.1, 0.5, 5%, 0.5?
So I'd say it's very difficult to answer that because what we're trying to do is set the rate high enough that it forces people to think twice before they just pay the tax. We want to actually encourage people to rent out their home and not actually pay the tax to the city. So it's hard to say.
So we have no idea what this might do. You're roughly guessing how much revenue we'll make, but really we don't have any idea how many of that 10% is empty.
We can give you the math on how we got to the $2 million that we...
That's okay. I've only got 3 minutes left. Councillor Ball sort of touched on the goals of this program. Specifically, the way I understand it, people are frustrated because they see empty homes in their street. We get that. But do we have a very clear goal of, for example, current vacancy or empty vacancy, rental vacancies at 0.5%? Is a goal that we might have, but it's not in here, to get to 2% vacancy? What are we trying to achieve here? That we can then say at the end, we achieved success on this program. And at that point, if we achieve whatever that number is, which is not identified, do we then stop the tax and stop taxing people, or what happens then?
Right, so that's a very important point that was brought up with our subject matter experts, that it should be clear that we have indicators that we're going to monitor, and when we see that the rental market has improved based on those indicators, such as the number of condominiums in the rental pool, the rental vacancy rate in both rented condos and purpose-built rental, rent increases over time, year over year, we could model that. We also we're going to collect a lot of data just from this program, so the number of homes that pay the tax the first year versus those that have chose to rent out over time. Many different indicators we can use to triangulate what's going on in the rental market and whether we've made a difference. One of the key ones is going to be the rental vacancy rate, which is currently 0.6, and we're trying to get it up to between 3% and 5%. That's where we consider it to be healthy.
Do you think this program will get us to 3%?
That's the goal.
So you actually think that this program,
the goal is to increase the number of rental units.
So going back to the number, so the pure number of the 10%, how many units is that empty in our city? Again, remind me?
So 10,800 was what the consultant found.
10,800 units. Let's say we get to 1%. That's 1,000 new units inserted into the system. What percentage does that represent of our vacancy rate in our city?
So if the number of units that was vacant on the survey day when they do the vacancy survey was 2,000, we would be at 3.5%.
So 2,000 units, sorry.
If the number that was vacant on the day they do the survey is 2,000, it would be a vacancy rate of 3.5%.
We only need 2,000 units in our city to get to 3.5%.
Yeah, I think it's important to look at both the total number of rental units and the rate. Because of course, popular city like Vancouver, a lot of folks are going to fill the units as they become available. But growing the stock, growing the number of rented condos, that's kind of the goal here. So it's not just about the rate, it's also about the total number of rental units that are in the pool.
And just final question on communicating, especially people who are living outside of the city who maybe don't know this is happening. They come back, they suddenly get a tax bill for $20,000, $30,000. How are we going to communicate with these people who live and treat Vancouver as an international city where they have a residence here, they have a residence there?
That's right.
How do we communicate with those people?
Very good question. We're very concerned about that as well. I did flash that slide where we're showing that we will be mailing out within the next week, if this is approved, a letter to every property owner in the city of Vancouver, or people who own property in the city of Vancouver. And then after that point, if it's approved, we will be synced in with the existing property tax billing process. So your advance tax notice in December, your regular tax notice in June, et cetera. So it won't be something that just kind of gets thrown away because people aren't paying attention. You're used to receiving a property tax bill from the city, so it'll just be inserted as part of that.
Okay, that's your time, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Reimer.
Following up on some of those questions, Councillor Affleck raises an excellent point that it does sound like a very complex process. However, knowing we don't have the same rights that the federal and provincial government affords itself around enforcement, so of all the available options that are available to the city to enforce, was this the best one or the only one?
I think based on conversations with other cities about what they've seen and what they've tried, and then based on just working with our local experts and our kind of staff team here about what's possible, this was the best way to go. Using the length of time that a property is physically occupied is not something that can be policed and audited. The principal residence concept is the way to go.
So the federal government has tools to collect income tax, for example, that aren't even remotely available to us to collect property tax. So you looked at two possible options available to us legally, and you chose one of two, essentially.
We were mainly concerned with what type of proof would you need to provide to show whether it was occupied or not. The charter change allows us to set the definitions, and so we're using the principal residence as...
But we can't compel the kind of data and information that the federal or provincial government can compel, as I understand it at least.
For the information that we identify as being required to verify it, we have been given the ability to compel that information to be given to us. So we can require that you show us the long-term lease with a tenant and that it's their principal residence. So where we define what the info is, that we have the power under this charter change to require somebody to give it to us.
And if they choose not to, our biggest stick is a $10,000 fine, which the prosecutor may or may not enforce.
It would be the penalty, and we can levy the tax.
Okay, which is substantively different than not paying your income tax.
The numbers in all matters with respect to municipal tax and federal is orders of magnitude different.
Yes, of course. So per Councillor Affleck's point, it is complicated, but that's inherent in all processes that the city has to try and enact under the federal and provincial rules that are created for municipalities.
That's correct.
Okay. So I was most curious as a renter in if we talk to people with empty homes about what stops them from renting their home.
So we will be asking as part of the survey a set of separate questions for folks who indicate that they are investor owners, and we will be modeling those questions off of a federal government survey that does similar things. So we will be able to report back to council on the types of motivations for people who are investing in condos.
Okay, because that, I think, per your point that the objective here is rentals, that would be very salient. I would very much like to see that information to understand how we could support them in making a different decision for a healthier community.
Good advice.
In terms of the indicators that you mentioned to Councillor Affleck, is it possible to get those? I was looking online on the presentation and the report, and I didn't see them, but they might be there and I missed them.
Right, so the indicators we're going to be looking at is the number of condominiums in the rental pool as measured by the CMHC rental market survey, the vacancy rate in rented condos and the vacancy rate in purpose-built rental, as well as just data that we're going to get from administration of this tax. So in different tax years, we'll know about different numbers of homes that were decided to pay the tax versus those that decided to rent out the home, right? Because we'll have it address by address, so we'll be able to do that. The only other indicator is going to be possibly to rerun the BC Hydro data methodology to look at how many homes are empty based on hydro data.
And is it, so I might have made I made an assumption there. So in terms of, you have indicators in broad categories, you haven't set a benchmark of what success would look like in each of those categories.
So we have to recognize, and this was brought up with our subject matter experts, the economists that we talked to, there are a lot of variables that influence those indicators. So what we're going to do is basically show a triangulation of the 3 to 5 different variables to try to show whether things are improving in terms of pressure on renters.
Okay, well, I mean, Councillor Affleck, it was an excellent sort of underlining that even councillors don't know how many homes it takes to create a shift in vacancy rate. It would be good to quantify so that people understand we're not needing to move thousands of miles here. Like, there's a fairly small amount of homes that would go back that would make a big difference.
Right, I did mention to Councillor Affleck, if 2,000 homes were vacant, the rate would be 3.5%, which is approaching a healthy vacancy rate according to the CMHC.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Councillor Emmer, and that is all the questions. We've done a full round of questions for council on this front. So I've got Councillor Meggs on the queue. Are you willing to move a motion?
The motion, perhaps speak briefly to it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you have the floor.
I think this is really an important initiative because fundamentally the people of the city are offended by the idea that when we have a housing crisis that's so acute that useful stock is just held back for speculative reasons. I think that's the core of this, that housing is a right, it's not a commodity. And for those who are in a position to speculate in housing, that's nice for them, but very hard on the rest of the community. So I think what staff have done here is propose a very, frankly, straightforward solution, which allows people, the overwhelming majority of residents, to declare very straightforwardly where their situation is, what their situation is. The exemptions are common sense, and I think that it's appropriate that we seek public advice on the size of the tax that might be imposed, and hear a bit more from those who would be impacted about how they see that working and what other measures might be. So I don't want to belabor the point. I think it's time to get on with the consultation, but what's at the core of this, as staff has said, is the crisis in housing in our city and the possibility that we could move the dial quite significantly on the rental market in particular by mobilizing these homes. If we're not able to raise a lot of money, I'm not that worried about that. To me, the idea is to mobilize the housing. This is not a revenue program for the city. So I won't be upset if we find that the stock is properly utilized and we're bringing more housing into play. That's a good thing. If there's a few there that where people are determined to continue to pay that penalty, whatever that turns out to be, so be it. But we'll have a much better understanding, I think, at the end of this process, especially when we look at the data that could come available through short-term rental, what's actually going on in real time in our housing stock, and that's a real benefit. So thanks again to staff for putting this work forward, and I look forward very much to November when we see a final recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Meggs. Councillor Jang is next.
Thank you very much.
Can we get a seconder actually for that? Councillor Reimer will second. Councillor Jang, to the motion.
Thank you very much. Happy to support this. I was a little, when I first heard about it, when we were contemplating it, I was a little worried about it because the world was always when I could sum up what I heard from people was an us versus them mentality. Renters versus owners, owners versus renters, landlords versus this, bad renters, bad landlords is all we ever heard. Us versus them, us versus them, us versus them. The steps the staff are taking, for example, to bring good landlords in, train them. This is how you pick good folks. And I hear from renters who say, well, sometimes I only want a short-term rental because I'm here in Vancouver for a year. You know how hard it is to find a place for just a year or something like that. So there's clearly a niche that can be filled. And I think what we're going to see at the end of the day is stock coming on, which is important to help our vacancy rate. But at the same time, it'll be a win-win situation for both renters and landlords alike. So it's not necessarily always us versus them as it's always been portrayed, but rather a nice balance. Training both landlords and renters, everyone, to be good, responsible, and at the same time getting people inside. So I think that's a really important point. And thanks staff for all the thought put into that piece. The consultations will be very important. I'd be intrigued to see what comes back on how long people think a house should be empty before it should be subject to this tax. In my own informal discussions with folks for the last few months, it's a huge range. Oh, well, a few months to, a year or whatever the case may be. So it'd be really interesting to really drill down and find out what that number is. And to make sure that the appeal process takes into account all the vagaries of human life. As much as we like to plan, as I always like to say, the Battle of Midway was planned by the Japanese Navy a million different ways, and they still lost because the Americans did the unexpected. And that can happen, and that's human life. And I think we have to make sure we have that ability to really look at somebody's circumstance, be compassionate, and be fair to everyone. And I'm looking forward to seeing what our staff come up with. So a good job, lots of work to do, and have fun with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jang. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I have to really agree with the Councillor Meggs that empty homes are really an abomination when we have such a crisis in our society here in Vancouver in terms of access to a home that's affordable for families, for individuals, for everyone. I understand that the principle that this program is based on is not how much time necessarily you spend in your home, and a lot of talk has happened about that. It's about whether this is your principal residence. And so it's done, for me, through a logical process of self-reporting. We're all used to these kinds of forms that come from governments. I think this is a solid way to do that. We are going to count on people's honesty in that process. And I think that's going to be extremely important, especially in my mind with people who are foreign investors who are purchasing homes in Vancouver for investment purposes, that they are going to report this, whether or not this is their principal residence, period. Wherever else they may have properties they own, that this is their principal residence. And I really hope that that is what happens, that is the process that people go through when they self-report. The biggess concern for me is the long list of exemptions that could be loopholes, and the way in which we're going to counter that is through an audit system and a public complaint process. And I took Councillor Ball's words to heart. I mean, we don't want this to be a snitch society in terms of a complaint process. However, I do know that people who live in neighborhoods that are concerned, they are very concerned about the number of empty homes on their blocks, that they will be very principled, very honest, and they will be accurate in terms of reporting whether or not there are empty homes that who knows may or may not have already been declared. I am looking forward to the public input on this. So the process that we're going to engage in next is a public consultation process. I'm very interested in knowing what the public will respond to in terms of those loopholes and what might be the best ways to guarantee we're using data and information that verifies principal residency. I'm also interested in the public response on the tax, the levy that we're going to put on this. 0.5% to 2% was what the report has suggested as a range. $5,000, a 0.5% tax on a $1 million home doesn't seem much of a disincentive to me. 2%, $20,000 is a bit more of a disincentive. I hope the public looks long and hard at what will be enough disincentive to prompt people to rent, because that is the goal of this program. So given that, I have some concerns about, how it's going to play out, and especially in the self-reporting and the auditing process afterwards, I think it is a move in the right direction. It is identifying empty homes as a key problem as part of our housing crisis in this city, and this is a measure, a way to move forward. I also want to thank the provincial government for enabling us to be able to do this, because they recalled legislature to do that this summer. I think that's worth acknowledging that that they have opened the door for this program to proceed.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Stevenson is next.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I also am very pleased to support this. I think it's absolutely necessary. I can't see any other route that we can go to deal with this crisis that we have. I think it's important to keep in mind that most of the empty residents that we're talking about are condos, not single-family dwellings. They're condos. That's by far the largest number, and it's really important. So we're not really talking about the senior in Dunbar or Kerrisdale or something. We're basically talking about condo owners. And I disagree with Councillor Ball on this, that seniors are frightened by this legislation. In fact, quite the opposite. What seniors are very frightened about is the skyrocketing rents that are happening as a result of this crisis all over the city. Rents are going up enormously, and seniors are very, very afraid that they're going to be priced right out of the market in Vancouver. By far, the largest number of seniors rent. They don't own large homes or any kind of homes in Dunbar, Kerrisdale, or wherever. So I believe, and from the discussions I've had, they'll be relieved by the fact that we're trying to do something about the supply. I think it would be a good idea to bring the Seniors Advisory Committee in on this discussion. I know that they are very interested, primarily because they're very, very worried about seniors being priced out of the market. So I'm very happy to support this. I've had the privilege of being able to travel in my lifetime to various places in the world, and I can say we don't want to be too hard on ourselves here because this is a worldwide problem. You name the city, London, Dublin, New York, Sydney, doesn't matter where you go in the world right now, there is this huge housing problem in the large or medium-sized urban centers. And I think we're responding, and we're responding quickly, far more quickly than many other cities. As you've indicated, there are some cities that are already out in front. I think there'll be many other cities looking at us and looking at what we're doing here in Vancouver, because everybody is aware. I mean, you go anywhere in Canada right now, and everybody is aware that the cost of housing is just going, is skyrocketing here in Vancouver, and therefore the rents and so on as well, and people are going to be looking to us to see how this works out. So I'm very pleased that we're moving, and we're moving so quickly. I mean, to have this kind of report come back within this short time frame and begin to move now to implement it is really significant. So I thank the staff for that, and I look forward to our next step.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and Councillor Paul is next.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank staff because I think the depth of this report has given, I know myself and many other people, the opportunity to try to think really deeply about the issue, figure out what is most important, what isn't, and I'm still working through a number of those issues. But again, talking to a number of seniors, many of our seniors in the city do own homes which have dramatically escalated in price due to no fault of their own. It is something that's happened because of the world market, and they find themselves in very expensive homes with very little income. And I think that when we look at a policy like this, that again to them, and unfortunately it is true, it does apply to houses throughout the city. There is nothing saying it doesn't apply to Dunbar or Kerrisdale, so we mustn't mislead people. That when I hear the stats that what we're looking at is 70% of the homes that have been identified are waiting to either be demolished or to be repaired or to have renovations. We're looking at a tiny little number of apartments or homes that actually are extraordinarily expensive. The monthly rental on them would be way out of line for anybody that actually needs housing. So I query how we are going to actually use this to help create rentals for people who need homes. Yes, we actually really do need to get more money for affordable housing, but is the amount we're looking at here even a drop in the bucket in the kind of money that is needed? Could we just ask our people in the city, would you like to contribute to affordable housing? Can you make a donation to the City of Vancouver? Have we looked at the other options that are out there? And I do find so many questions in this tax. I certainly understand it will probably pass, but I think the consultation will probably tell you that there are so many permutations and combinations of genuine circumstances that this is just simply not appropriate for, that you will come up with a process that brings very little back to the city and actually does not address that issue of empty homes. So it is with great regret that I feel that I cannot vote this time for it. I will look forward to hearing what the people and the City of Vancouver tell us about how they feel about this. But at this moment, the report brings up more questions than answers for me, and certainly for the people that I've spoken to. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Reimer's next.
Well, it's an interesting juxtaposition with Councillor Ball, because I think we share many of the same concerns. I have been skeptical about the concept of pursuing the empty homes, primarily because I feel that if people are foregoing rents of anywhere from $24,000 a year to upwards of $50,000 a year on the west side for a full home, a tax of 0 to 2%, or any tax, is really probably not their key consideration. They're not thinking about money so much as other considerations. Having said that, that's simply how I feel. I have never owned a home, and I've certainly never rented one to anyone. I rent other people's homes and pay their mortgages for them. So I don't know, and I think the best course of action in that situation is to seek more information. So I'm pleased that staff have provided this and are looking at further information still. I do want to talk a little bit about fear. 49% of Vancouver renters in a survey released just last week say that they've been evicted or displaced, and the other 51% all said that they were scared of that outcome. Not one renter who feels that they're secure in their tenure out of the 800 that were surveyed. I think in that situation, my skepticism or concerns need to be put a little bit to the side in favor of urgent action. I would like to see the government take much more urgent action at the provincial level around renter protections. They have said they will not, and in the absence of that, I feel that my choice is definitely very clear to act, and this is the course that favors action. Things that I will be looking for out of the consultation, as I mentioned, I'm very curious as to people why they would choose to forego rental revenue, when to me that seems a bit obvious when you're paying a mortgage. I think it is a good awareness raising tool that perhaps there are people with empty homes who might choose to rent simply because this consultation process helps daylight some of the challenges in the city that people might not have been aware of, that their choice to use housing as a commodity is actually hurting people in our city and their ability to be able to find housing. I think it sends a strong message to renters that they matter to us, matter enough for us to make hard choices like this. And I think it also gives us an opportunity to talk to people about the tax level. I will signal now that I have personally a higher tolerance for looking at a tax that balances off some of the rents available, and might be a personal thing, and I'm curious to see where the public is at on that regard. So I am very happy to move this forward, despite the rather dire circumstances that necessitate it.
Thanks, Councillor Reimer. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's with regret that I, too, cannot support this. Unfortunately, I see that there are going to be some unintended consequences of this approach and the tax moving forward. In fact, what I was hoping that we would see was an approach that was based on incentive, that perhaps would offer a grant or a rebate or some type of incentive for a homeowner who wanted to rent their property. Now instead, by renting their property, the homeowner may show, if it's not a secondary suite, that they in fact do not live there, and there may be confusion. Perception is reality, and considering language barriers, considering the barriers of communication, the inability of people to be able to access information that they perhaps need. There's a lot of questions here that councillors have had today, regardless of their political or partisan stripes, that have been corrected by our city staff. And we've all read this report. I know that I've read it several times. I still have questions. I'm still concerned. And when it comes to that, I very much thank our staff for looking into this. I do believe empty homes is an issue. I would just like to see an incentive-based approach, similar to the homeowners grant, where we offer people a rebate, or we offer them an incentive to live in their home. We say if you live in your home, if you're a senior, if you're facing these circumstances, a disability, we will give you a rebate. But that's not what I see here. I see it as you will face a penalty if you don't comply. I understand Councillor Megg said that he doesn't mind that this is not a revenue generating approach, and that's fine with me, but I still have yet to hear, and I've asked several times from staff, what it's costing us in staff hours and time to go out and find marijuana dispensaries. I understand that we can do that every single day, but we don't have the staff to go out to every dispensary every single day and issue $250 in fines. And that's just 100 dispensaries. So what are we going to see with 1,000 empty homes? How are we going to have staff outside sitting there around the clock monitoring this? How are we going to have staff collect evidence? How are we going to field all those calls that come in at 311, those letters from neighbors? How do you weigh that? And who knows, perhaps as Councillor Ball had said, and I very much support what she said, we don't want to become or be known as a snitch city or society. In fact, I could see this move people underground, where in fact we have an issue that I think is a large issue when you have someone, instead of renting out their home because there's an incentive there, because we're offering more protection for homeowners and saying, if you have a bad tenant, we will help you. We will help you to debunk the myths of rental and the issues, the inconvenience that might be out there, that some people, that may be the reason that people aren't renting their homes. I'd also be interested to see in this report why people aren't renting their homes. It does not ask that question on the survey to people who are not renting their homes. Why? Please tell us why. Let's see if we can help you. So for those reasons, and for the fact that if we can't get our staff out to dispensaries once a week even, and if these fines aren't being paid, it's not about revenue. It's about what is this going to cost the city? What is this going to cost the taxpayers? And are we going to see an increase in the most affordable types of rental, which are secondary suites, laneway homes, and condominiums in certain areas or pockets that would be more affordable in older buildings? I'm not sure that we will. I also don't see any incentives in here, short-term incentives for developers who have perhaps acquired land and instead have vacated those areas or those buildings. Is there any approach to make sure they're renting those in the short term? I don't see that in this report, and for those reasons, I can't support it. That being said, I would wholeheartedly support an approach to encourage people, not through fear, not through penalty, not through fines, not through neighbors spying on one another, reporting what they think they have or haven't seen, or through costly legal battles. I would like to see an approach that actually does encourage rental and would certainly slide the scale on the supply that we currently have, as obviously this is such an issue that we currently can't solve through our Rental 100 program, through the current system that we have, and I'd hate to see us end up in the situation that we have with the marijuana dispensaries, where we don't see a lot of them that have closed, and if many of them have closed, a number of them have opened up. So I'm afraid that this is actually going to cost the taxpayers money, and it's not going to increase rental. In fact, it's going to do the opposite. So for those reasons, I can't support it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Deal's next.
Thanks very much. I wasn't going to speak, but I've been encouraged to by some of the things I've heard. If there was an easy answer to this, it would have been done a long time ago. This is going to be complicated. It's going to be challenging. And I'm quite discouraged to hear some of the councillors not willing to take that challenge on, apparently, to go out to the public, to to get their feedback. I think that going to the public for their feedback is exactly the right thing to do. And I'm glad we're doing an actual mail out to each residence. That's something that has been a challenge for us in terms of reaching people in the past. So I want to thank staff for all your work. I will be supporting this. I absolutely think that the amount of effort that has gone into solving what we know is a very real problem, which is a lack of empty rentals in this city, is well worth taking the time and the effort to explore. I'm also kind of interested in whether or not, since some people have vacation homes here that are left empty, whether or not we want to, at UBCM this week, perhaps have some casual conversations with people in the hallways about whether there are other communities who might be interested in also doing this. It may be that we have people with two homes, one in Vancouver and one somewhere else, and they might change which they call their principal residence to their vacation one somewhere else to avoid this in the city of Vancouver, this policy in the city of Vancouver. So I'd be really interested in finding out if there are other communities in the Lower Mainland perhaps, or in the area over in the islands that would also be interested if they're having a vacancy issue. But mostly I think that we're talking about penalties here. Well, the benefit is we're going to support you evading this tax. We're going to support you getting a renter in your place so you don't pay this tax. It's a very simple solution, actually. Simply get a renter in there. And if you stay in town for 3 weekends a year, if you're the guy from Calgary who stays in town for 3 weekends a year, it might be that you decide to stay in a nice hotel for those weekends instead of keeping a full-time residency here. And if you do have that residency, then you should be allowing a tenant to stay in there because you're not using it. You're using it as an investment, as a vacation home, as opposed to a home for someone to live in. So I do support this. I'm looking forward to hearing from the public, and I really hope that those councillors who are opposed to this don't raise these specters and these fears as we talk about this in the weeks to come as we're going out to the public. I really hope that we all take the viewpoint that we want to have more rentals available to people in the city of Vancouver, and that we want this to succeed, and we want it to succeed in such a way that we don't collect a lot of the tax, that instead we incentivize, I hate that word, we encourage people to rent out their empty properties. So thank you to staff for all of your efforts. I look forward to seeing what the results of the consultation are, and I look forward to using all the tools that we can to solve this problem of a lack of rental housing in the city of Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Affleck's next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we are provided a report as councillors, our job is to analyze the report, make a decision based on the recommendations in the report. In order for that report, we hope to be successful. In this report, it is not stated the specific goal that staff identified of reaching a 3.5% vacancy rate in our city. It's good to know. I'm glad that staff have that as a goal. I think that's our goal overall, which is a good goal. But will this report, will these recommendations achieve a goal of that goal of 3.5% vacancy rate? I don't think so. I think what this report is mostly going to do, and for the councillors here that are going to vote in favor of it, and for many people in the city, is feel good. They're going to feel good that we're doing something in a way that dealing with this empty homes issue. I don't think this report is going to provide, and these recommendations and the process that we're going to put forward, and once we implement the process, the bureaucratic nightmare that we're going to create for the citizens of our city is going to be highly ineffective in my mind. We know from the report on empty homes that we were provided several months ago that the #1 way that we as a council can provide homes that are lived in and that are affordable is row houses and townhouses. If we really, really want to make this city affordable and lived in that report, it was very clearly stated and backed up by staff when I asked that the best home to build in our city is a townhouse or a row house. Our focus, in order to provide truly affordable housing in our city and lived in, is clearly stated in that last report that row houses and townhouses are the way to go. This tax, I am doubtful that we'll get to 0.5% success rate, if that. I don't think we're going to get a 0.5% achieving of the 10,000 that are vacant, that are empty. Even if we get to that goal, still not going to reach the goals that we think we want to have in our city for rental. So the goals that are not stated in the report of 3.5%, which is unfortunate, I don't think are achievable, and I don't think our focus should be on this tax process and this legal bureaucratic nightmare that we're going to create. Our focus needs to be building what's recommended in the previous report, which is row houses, townhouses built quickly, efficiently, making our city affordable and lived in. So I won't be supporting this report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Affleck. And I'll put myself on the queue just to close things off. I am very supportive of the recommendations. Appreciate all the staff's work over the summer to pull this together, and not only the depth of work and looking at comparable empty home taxes in other cities around the world. I think you've done the research on that level and come up with a made in Vancouver solution here. And I absolutely disagree with the three councillors who are frankly, I would say, misinformed or ignoring the facts that are put in front of council right now, and fear-mongering about an empty homes tax. We see 4 out of 5 Vancouverites. Councillor Ball, I have the floor. Councillor Ball, I have the floor. Councillor Ball, please, Councillor Ball. I am entitled to my opinion, and I have heard comments about this being a bureaucratic nightmare. I guess I'd ask Councillor Affleck if he thinks that the homeowners grant is a bureaucratic nightmare or income tax is a bureaucratic nightmare. We apply taxes, we enforce taxes for the purpose of the public good and ensuring that we have the rule of law and we have resources collectively to invest in the community. And I don't understand why, when staff have brought forward what I would say is a remarkably simple approach to applying an empty homes tax that is based on research from other jurisdictions. Councillor DiGenova, point of order. What point of order on the procedure bylaw would you?
Section F, and unfortunately by calling us fearmongers, you did directly reflect upon our character. So I would like you to retract that comment. I feel that Councillor Ball was completely in the right, and you ignored her and didn't rule on her point of order.
There was no point of order called by Councillor Ball.
This is the process we follow.
Councillor, I'm not going to grant that point of order. Your comments, I say, your comments were fear-mongering. They seem to be designed to incite concern and fear among the public about a new approach to taxing empty homes. So I think my comments have been reasonable. If you go back and look at the record about what each of you have said about this tax and your concerns about it, I think it is about citizens fearing the worst here. And I think in this situation, we've had overwhelming input from the public that they want to see more rental housing. We've had overwhelming feedback in support of an approach to taxing empty homes. Staff have done the work. They've looked at options around the world and put forward a fairly simple approach that follows tax approaches that we see with homeowners grant and income tax. So I think there's a very steady pattern here that's a good approach that's being proposed, and we're going out to the public to ask for input, which is a fairly straightforward approach to ensure and test the waters on what we've been proposed by staff. So I think all of this looks very reasonable to me. I think that there is a very urgent need for rental housing. That's what this all comes back to. How do we use tools here at the city, tools that have been enabled by the BC government? Thank you to the BC legislature for approving this next step, enabling us to take this next step. And so we've had some endorsement by virtue of that charter change from the BC government. We have great examples from around the world to build off of. We're going out to the public to ask how we might do this. And I think ultimately the goal is to get thousands of units back into rental housing at a time when it's almost impossible to find a rental home. So I think that's, I would take issue with some councillors mentioning that the only solution is townhomes or row homes. Good luck finding one of those for less than $500,000, $700,000 perhaps. People need rental housing. People on average incomes in Vancouver need rental housing, and the solution is not buying into the market necessarily. That's why we're focused on rental housing and ensuring we get the best use of existing buildings that are empty and being held as a business investment. They should be taxed as a business investment. We've said this repeatedly. So I will close my comments just by saying thank you again to staff and thanks to the public for input on this so far. I think that we still have work to do to get more input and understand exactly what concerns are out there with the public and how we create a fair and efficient tax that gets us more rental housing. Almost all homes in Vancouver will not be affected. Taxpayers will not be affected by this tax. It's going to be a very small percentage of Vancouverites who are holding property as secondary homes, as business holdings effectively. So I think making sure we get that right and set the rate appropriately is important in these coming weeks. Thanks again, staff, for all the work. And we will go to the question, calling the vote on the recommendations in the staff report. If we go to our voting screens. And we have 11 or 10 total votes, 7 in favor, and Councillors Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova opposed. So the motion carries with the recommendations. We're on to next steps with that item. Good luck to staff on that front, and encourage all people in Vancouver public to weigh in with your opinions on next steps with the empty homes tax. Okay, we are on to considering those reports that are held for debate, separate vote, or because of conflict of interest. And the first of those was Administrative Report number 2, which is to be held. That was Councillor Carr. You had asked for Administrative Report number 2 to be held. That is the SRO upgrade grant to Community Builders Benevolence Foundation. And you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just have one question, and my question is around the rent that is being set under recommendation A, subsection 2B. It said target the tenant contribution of rent to not exceed an amount of $50 above the shelter component of income and assistance, which is currently $375, right? So my question is around the Downtown East Side plan, and I looked it up just to make sure I was right in my memory. So the Downtown East Side plan specifically says that a third of the units in these buildings must be occupied by persons eligible for income assistance or a combination of basic old age security and guaranteed income supplement, and are rented at rates no higher than the shelter component of income assistance. So I'm trying to square this in terms of that says that the Downtown East Side plan is direction to rent at $375. This report is $50 more than that. I'm unclear how to vote or whether to recommend this when there is that discrepancy.
So thank you, Councillor, for your question and your concerns, obviously, about the level of affordability that is being addressed in this report. What I would say is that the SRO grant particularly asked us to look at trying to encourage $375 rents at the shelter rate, and also to look at the kind of average rents that were being targeted. The specific requirement to rent a third of the units relates to new social housing that's being delivered. But we did also put some targets in there for where SRO grants are being given, as in this particular case. That's why we're now seeing rents in the SROs of around $480 a month. We have a nonprofit provider who's working really hard to keep rents as affordable as possible, and typically, as identified in this report, they're renting at a roughly $425 a month in the Dodson building already. And it's their intention to try and keep those rents as affordable as possible. They're not currently receiving government subsidy for this, senior government subsidy for this building, and so they can't afford to keep rents at exactly $375, but they're working really hard to minimize the amount that they have to charge over that. And so this report is designed to reflect that.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the response, and I'm wondering if you can make that very clear in the presentation at public hearing about the difference between new builds and renovated and...
Okay. Just to clarify, this report won't be going for a public hearing. This is just a grant report in front of you, but I take your point that we should be clearer about the information, the way it's presented and how it relates to the plan.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Jang?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on Councillor Carr's concerns. As there's no senior government money in this one, if community builders were to try to renovate on their own and make it habitable, the rents would be sky high, would they not?
Yeah, we often see landlords who are wanting to reinvest in their buildings looking to push rents up after that. Obviously, community builders have a different focus and a different mandate, so they're trying to keep those rents as low as possible.
Okay, so this is really dollars and cents issues. If we don't provide the grant, then they'll have to renovate because they got to fix up the Dodson, and rents will be way out of the 375 range, is by my calculations.
Yeah, they're carefully planning their renovations to do that. So this work in front of you is phase 1, and it's linked to our grant, and it ensures that they're able to keep the rents low. They have a second phase of work that they're planning, and they'll again be trying to secure grant funding. So again, it doesn't negatively impact on rents.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Ball?
Yes, I just had a brief question in terms of nonprofits. What we're trying to do is encourage nonprofits who nobody's making any money out of this, right? So we're trying to get as much housing built as possible. So when these organizations don't have a senior government funder with them, the only way they can get any way to make it happen is through the rent and possible donations, right?
Yes, that's right. There are limited sources of funds available. Obviously, grant funding from organisations like us, Van City Foundation. We've indicated in here they've told us they're looking at HPS funding, which is the federal funding that comes through the region for homelessness. So they are very limited. They are looking to raise a mortgage on a small amount to pay for some of the funds, but this is largely looking for equity contributions to help them cover the cost of the renovation without having to increase rents.
So there's no way we would contemplate stopping any housing because it wasn't quite at the dollar level that we were hoping. I'm just making sure that we're not putting any nonprofits at risk or possible housing at risk. We will always back what can happen, right?
Staff have been, this is a reinvestment into an SRO building, and as we do with grants to nonprofits who are creating new social housing, staff go through a robust process with those nonprofits to ensure that whilst at the same time we're trying to maximize and optimize affordability, we're not endangering the project actually happening. So it is a fine balance, and it is something that staff work really hard with applicants and our nonprofit partners to achieve.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have. Councillor Jang will move recommendation. Seconder for that. Councillor Carr. And any discussion? Do we need to go to the voting screen on this? We do. So please vote on screen for or against the motion. Councillor Ball, yeah. Okay, vote is done. Okay, all unanimous support on that motion. So we're on to administrative report number 6, and Councillor Stevenson, you had asked for this, the appointment of 3 nonprofit operators and approval of general lease terms for occupation and operation of the Social Services Center component of 1107 Seymour Street. And you have the floor.
Very much, Mr. Mayor. I will move this, but I wanted to ask some questions because this hides an enormous amount of work that's been going on for a very, very long time to finally get to this place. And this is really good news to see Positive Living Society, the Vancouver Aid Society, and then the Gordon Neighbourhood House coming together. I'm presuming it was the Gordon Neighbourhood House that finally allowed this to gel in the way it has. Is that a correct assumption?
Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. What we really wanted, what we had envisioned for that space is to do what we could, understanding that while we have a housing crisis in the city, we also have a real shortage of nonprofit space in the city. So what staff did is to do our utmost to make sure that positive living in East Vancouver weren't going to be negatively impacted. And then we had an opportunity then to look for a third nonprofit in that space. And I think they're all very delighted with each other to be able to be housed in that building.
Well, they fit well together.
Absolutely.
Indeed. So I see that there's for positive living, about 9,200 square feet. How does that compare to what they previously had?
It's quite similar to what they previously had. It might be a little smaller just because of the space configuration that they're going into now. We were able to set it up, working very closely in partnership with them to make sure that their needs for privacy, their operations would be able to function in the way that they need to.
And yet, I see in the report the rents will be what they paid previously.
Exactly. We went into this at the end basically saying we don't want to do any harm to the organization. So whatever rents they were paying and their maintenance costs and such will just be transferred over so that we're getting the same, and that provides stability for the organizations.
I note in the report that you talk about the level of subsidy offered is reflective of the capacity of the group in its relationship with the provincial and federal governments and fulfilling a health mandate. A lot of people wouldn't understand that. Can you just flesh that out a bit as to what that means for these organizations?
Well, I think what it means for those organizations is that their primary funder is either the Ministry of Health provincially or the Federal Department of Health at the national level. And AIDS and HIV being seen as a health issue and a health problem. So that would be their primary source of funding. Those organizations are not typically groups that the city would provide funding for, but they obviously provide an important service in the community.
Well, actually, these organizations have provided really extraordinarily important services for a very long time. Mm-hmm. And I know that this was difficult to come together, to bring this together. And I congratulate the staff because it has gone back a couple of years at least of negotiations, and it's very good to see this finally come forward. And I'm pleased to move this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for your support. And I also just want to acknowledge Real Estate Services, particularly Patrick Murphy, was really instrumental in getting us to the finish line here, as well as Michelle Schul. So thanks so much.
It does feel like the finish line.
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. We'll move that. Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Carr will second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go to voting screens on that one. On Administrative Report 6. Councillor Ball is... Okay, we have 10 votes all in favor, unanimous support for that. Or A6, so we're on to policy report number 1, and that's the CD1 rezoning of 512 West King Edward Avenue. Councillor Carr, do you have questions on that?
Thank you. Some of the concerns raised by the public in appendix that have to do with, for one, proximity to the south property line. Many of the, or not many, but there were public responses that talked about it's too close to adjacent buildings. Are there any adjustments that were made on that?
Susan Haid, Assistant Director of Planning for Vancouver South. The report speaks to conditions regarding just in terms of the height of the retaining wall and the floor height of the ground floor that will reduce that somewhat, but the application is consistent with the Canby plan.
Okay, just that I think we should be prepared for questions coming and a response that's prepared.
Yes, we can certainly highlight that at the presentation at public hearing.
Right. There are also concerns raised by the public around sufficient parking. And I noticed that in the report, page 8, it does talk about the parking is sufficient. I'm wondering if we've done any analysis of, because it's quite a reduced number of parking stalls given the number of units in the building. Have we at all collected any data on sufficiency, if that reduction in parking actually is sufficient, in terms of impact on neighborhoods or parking on the street, et cetera?
Right. So recognize that this is a secured market rental and is eligible for reduced parking and is across the street from the transit station.
Absolutely.
But as part of the public hearing presentation, we will have transportation staff speak to that specifically.
Okay. Yeah, this keeps coming up at other public hearings, and I'm just wondering if, I understand that you're going to have presentation at public hearing. That's what I'm looking for. If there's any kind of data we've got that amplify the statements normally made around access to transit, et cetera. If we've got any of that data, please make it available.
Yes, we will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I also note on page 9 that staff's said there's no community amenity contributions. It says that there's no community amenity contributions because this is market rental. Even though it's not under Rental 100, it still is. And so I'm wondering, it appears to me when I read this report that there are some, so there aren't incentives, it says on page 5, under the city rental housing, but we are reducing the parking standards and we are not requiring community amenity or asking for community amenity contributions. So, it seems like they are getting incentives even though it's not Rental 100, and yet the report says that they're not getting incentives. So I'm not, maybe there should be some clarity around that.
Sure, we can provide clarity at the hearing. However, in the report, it's stated that the community amenity contribution is the 50 secured rental market units.
Right.
And that has been determined through review of the pro forma through real estate. It is very typical of when we do get a secured market rental project in the Cambie corridor, those pro forma evaluations, it is consistent with other applications where that is the community amenity contribution. So in this case, the CAC is the rental housing, and it's an on-site versus a financial contribution.
Right. I think that it would be important to get that, what you've just said, clearly understood in the public, that an applicant does not need to apply for Rental 100 to have the situation where if they are providing secure market rental, they will have an alleviation or a forgiveness or whatever of the community amenity contributions. We always sort of associate it with an application to Rental 100, but if it's a standard now if it's market rental, we're not requiring or requesting community amenity contribution. I would just like that more clear.
Okay, we can provide that clarity.
Okay, those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I'm prepared to move the recommendation.
Further questions? Councillor Carr moves the recommendations to refer this, and a seconder for that. Councillor Meggs will second, so we'll go to the voting queue. All is here. Okay, we have 9 votes all in favor of the recommendation, the motion. So we're on to, that passes unanimously, and we are on to the next policy report. Policy report number 2, that is the CD1 rezoning 2894 East Broadway. Councillor Carr.
So, thank you. My first question is just to make sure that the site plan on page 5 is actually readable. It's all black on my copy, and I'm not sure if that's the way it's for everybody, but
Kent Monroe, Assistant Director of Planning. I printed it off too this morning, and the same thing happened to me. I will look into what's happened, and we'll definitely have it for hearing.
Appreciate that. Thank you. My second question has to do with the rents. These are detailed on page 7. We're talking about, quote, affordable rental housing in this report, yet all the rents in the DCL, all the rents that are proposed are at the DCL maximums, and they are all over the average, in excess of the average market rents. I'd like us to be prepared to answer questions about that. Why is our DCL bylaw, which is supposed to be reflective of market rents, because we talk about affordable market rental housing, they're all over that amount, and yeah, I anticipate there will be questions.
Right. We will have staff from housing here to talk about that at the hearing.
Right. My third question has to do with something that's not addressed in the report, but it is coming up in the public, and that is the issue of fixed-term leases versus monthly rentals. So there's been some issues, some discussion around the fact that when landlords rent at fixed-term lease, that at the end of that lease, they then have the opportunity to re-rent at a much higher rate. Now, we're talking about this being a rental 100 and obviously wanting to keep it affordable. Are we requiring that the rents are monthly or not with an end date as a term, as opposed to a fixed term lease?
Thanks for the question. I am aware of that issue. I think it's a complex issue and probably best for the housing staff who deal with the policies around terms of tenure and rent to elaborate on that at the hearing.
Right. I'd appreciate that. I think the public would too. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Reimer has questions.
Yeah, just following up on that, the issue, of course, isn't at all the fixed-term lease, which is a great protection for renters, but the vacate clauses. So if we could have that clarified, because I would hate for us to outlaw a very good tool for renters.
Could you just repeat that? I didn't catch all of it.
That the issue isn't the length of the lease, it's the vacate clause at the end of the lease. So I don't, if we're going to bring information on renters' access to some security of tenure, I'd want to make sure that we were clarifying that fixed-term leases are actually a positive thing for renters, not a negative.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, mover of the recommendations, Councillor Meigs will move. A seconder for that. Councillor Jang, and we'll go to the vote on policy report number 2. All right, we've got all 10 votes in favor of the motion, moving the recommendations. To refer that to public hearing, and we're on to policy report number 3. That's the CD1 rezoning 3595 Kingsway, Oddfellows Manor. And Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question has to do with the urban design panel. Where you read the report, it talks about basically them, well, it's a very close vote, and being split on height and whether the height and massing that is proposed is supportable. So I think what I'd like to see is more information provided at the time that this is presented by staff at the public hearing to why the height and massing are supportable. Given that was such a tight vote, if one reads the records, there's a lot of discussion about that.
Yep. I would just suggest or say that the Urban Design Panel is an advisory body, gives recommendations. Sometimes the votes, as you say, in this case, are close, and staff make a sort of call about whether they feel that they're pretty straightforward, the comments, that they could be addressed through the process,
right.
And whether there's a necessity for it to go back to the panel. In this particular case, that's the process that was followed, but we will certainly go through that in more detail at the hearing.
That I would appreciate. My second point has to do, again, like the previous report, with the rents all being above market, the average market rent in the
Yes,
in the
this
area.
one's similar to
It's
the
a similar comment,
Yes.
just I think we need to be prepared to address that.
Okay.
A public hearing, particularly because we did receive input from the local MP, Don Davies, that did note affordability as being very pivotal. So I think it's, in this case in particular, to make comment about those rents is.
Sure.
Yeah, and he also, in his letter to mayor and council, talked about the right of first refusal. So I see that it for current tenants to come back in, and it does say that it's. I think it's clearly specified on page 9, but maybe to highlight that in the report when you are introducing this, I think would be a good idea.
Sure. And of course, this one's a little bit different because it involves social housing as well
Yes.
as rental housing. So
That's true. Absolutely, but it does clearly specify the right of refusal for existing tenants at existing rents or rents geared to no more than 30%. And if you haven't actually read the MP's letter, I'd be happy to forward it to staff so that you can read it.
we have a copy of it.
Oh, you have a copy of it. Okay,
Thank you.
that's great. And there was also a point raised about in the public, the discussion of public response or input regarding seniors. And I'm not reading a lot in this report about seniors, but concerned about whether there will be seniors. I mean, sorry, there is. It obviously is about seniors, but that there is not enough. Even with the replacement of this housing, there's not enough housing for seniors, and that was also a point raised by the MP, that this is an opportunity to perhaps increase the opportunity for seniors. So maybe some data on the number of seniors in this particular neighborhood and how we anticipate meeting the needs of those seniors would be good.
Okay, thank you.
And that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meggs, questions?
Well, it's more generic than specific to this report, but I was struck by Councillor Carr's comment, which is reflected in the text itself, that the panel is split on whether the height and massing is supportable. And, you know, was this council split 7-3, or is it an overwhelming majority in favor of action on empty homes? I mean, these are judgment calls, so maybe a little bit more texture about that debate would be good, because you know, it's not an up-down ballot that we're talking about here. This is a description of a discussion. So I just think I basically agree with Councillor Carr, but would just point out that this doesn't mean there was an antagonistic battle over it necessarily, or maybe there was. But it'd be interesting to hear a little more detail. And it's not a vote on every aspect; it's a comment on how the debate or discussion ensued, I assume.
Yeah, so I would just add
clarity on that would be great.
I would just add that as the process is designed to elicit commentary from the urban design panel. So the important thing is what they're actually saying. I mean, certainly the vote is taken into consideration, but there's a very diligent listening to the comments and an attempt to address those comments through the process.
And I understand that it would be extraordinary, but it's possible for staff, if they wish, to determine that the urban design panel's discussion is of interest, but not determinative, and bring forward an application anyway, even though it's been rejected.
That can happen.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move the recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Meggs moves the recommendations. Councillor Carr will second, referring this public hearing. Any discussion on that? We will go to the vote on this motion for policy report number 3. We have 10 votes, all in favor. So we've unanimously approved that motion. And we are at just before noon. We can probably squeeze in one more here, and that is policy report number 4, the CD1 rezoning for 2395 to 2469 Kingsway. And Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yes, I have just one question on this one, Mr. Mayor, and that is around the shadowing studies. I noticed that there is public comment about this, and there was concern raised around slimming the tower, reducing the shadowing. I cannot read those shadow studies. So if there's any way that you can make them more legible for the public to be able to interpret, it's too tiny. maybe on more than one page would be helpful.
It's an ongoing challenge because the architectural diagrams are very detailed.
Yes.
We do put them in the report. They are on the website. And I suppose on the website, on the PDF version, people could enlarge them a bit. The standard practice is that if people want to see the actual full-size drawings, they're available and can come in. And that is the reason we bring them to the public hearing, the full-size versions.
Which is good.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm just acknowledging the public concern around this issue, and I just want to make sure that they're...
It is an ongoing challenge.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I appreciate you trying to address it. With the referral.
Okay, Councillor Carr moves referral. A seconder for that. Councillor Jang, any discussion? We will go to the vote. Motion referring this item to public hearing. And we have all 10 votes in favor. And so we have approved that motion and concluded on that report. And
I just have a few questions.
Maybe we can get number 5 done here as well. We still have a minute to go. Councillor Carr on policy report number 5.
Great, thank you. Just a few questions. First of all, I don't see any shadowing studies in this, yet there are concerns raised by the public, so if they could be made available. I know they'll be here, but just make sure that they're available and discussed.
Yes, we can include that in the presentation, and they were part of the public information at consultation.
Excellent. Oh, good. Also, in terms of congestion, I noticed that the public also has concerns about congestion. There's no analysis around that on page 7. So if there could be, some at least verbal commentary around that issue of congestion in that particular neighborhood. And they did the public also did request whether or not there could be parking, local people's parking only in the neighborhood, so some sort of local, and there was no response around that, so if maybe we could be prepared for a response, that would be great.
Okay. Certainly we can make that as part of the presentation and have transportation staff here to respond to those issues.
Excellent. And my final question has to do with the public response itself. In Appendix E has the data for options 1, 2, and 3, with option 3 being very much supported more than the other options, and there's no details on those options. If you could be prepared to explain those, because it's hard for me to understand what the public actually supported.
Sure. At pre-application, we did bring 3 options out. The option evolved from number 3. We'll provide information on that, but the application is actually quite similar to kind of a further designed option 3.
That's good information to have at the public hearing.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Be happy to provide that. Thank you.
Councillor Deal.
Yes, thank you. When we take this to, if we move to take this to public hearing, there's a couple things I'd like to have addressed when we get there, mostly around retail use. This is a highly retail bereft neighborhood, and I know that although there's not much there now, there's just the pub and the liquor store, the beer and wine store. And I know we got the proposed neighborhood house and daycare going in there. I'd be really curious as to what we might look at for that small locally based retail, and what would happen with the liquor license that's associated with that building now. So if that could be included in part of the information that comes forward in the public hearing if we vote in favor of this.
Yes, we'd be happy to provide that. The applicant has been working at least in early stages to try to get a food store on site, but again, it's early days, but we'll provide information and an update on that.
Okay, and again, people are always curious about what happens with liquor licenses, and I've had somebody ask me that, so if that could be addressed as well, that would be great.
Okay.
Happy to move the referral.
Councillor Deal will move referral, and a seconder, Councillor Carr. Any discussion? Let's go to the voting screen on that one. I'm going to suggest if we have one more report on all these staff here, if we could go a few more minutes so we get through all of these reports. That is a unanimous vote in favor of policy report number 5, and so we'll move on to our last policy report that was held for a separate vote. And then Councillor DiGenova, you have questions on policy report number 9, 1550 about Alberni Street.
Not questions, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to declare a conflict of interest as I have an immediate family member who's currently working not on this project, but with the developer on another project.
Okay, thank you for clarifying the conflict. I'll ask for a mover. Councillor Jang, seconder, and Councillor Meggs seconds the recommendations. And any discussion? We'll go to the voting screen on that. Our last of the reports held for debate or separate vote. Okay, we have 9 votes, unanimous support, all in favor of the motion moving the recommendations, and that means we've concluded on all of the reports held for debate separate vote or because of conflict of interest. Thanks to staff for all the work and support on those. And we are going to recess now for lunch and in camera, and we'll be back later this afternoon. Mr. City Manager, any guess as to what time we'd be back in chambers? Approximately 2 o'clock. Okay, so 2 or 2:30. We have bylaws. Bylaws administrative motion. Yeah. So we will come back late mid-afternoon after our in-camera meeting. Council is recessed. Thank you. Okay, let's hit it. All right, welcome back everyone to City Council chambers for the continuation of our council meeting today. We left off just before item number 9 on our agenda, the bylaws. So we'll pick up right there on the agenda, and I'll just go through with bylaws. We have, there were 24 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by council. Bylaws 18 and 19 have been withdrawn and will be brought forward at a future meeting. So we're down to 22. I'll ask if any member has a bylaw or any of the bylaws that they wish to hold for debate separate vote or because of conflict of interest. And I'll go through a couple of the bylaws where members were not present at the public hearings for related to specifically bylaws 2, 5, 21, and 22. Members who weren't present may only vote on the enactments if they confirm that they reviewed the proceedings of the meeting. And I was not present at the public hearing related to bylaw 2. I will not be voting on that enactment. Councillor DeGenova, you were not present at the regular council meeting where the decision was made related to bylaw 2. Have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactments?
No, I have not, and no, I will not. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And on bylaw 5, Councillors Affleck and Stevenson, you were not present at the public hearing. By Councillor Affleck, have you reviewed the proceedings? Will you be voting on the enactments?
I have and I will.
Okay. And Councillor Stevenson?
I have and I will.
Okay. 2 yeses. And Councillor Jang, you were not present at the public hearing related to bylaw 21. Have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
Yes, I have reviewed the proceedings and will be voting.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, you were not at the council, on council at the time of public hearing related to bylaw 22. Have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on this enactment?
No, I was not on council. I have not reviewed the proceedings for that reason, and I will not be voting for that reason.
Thank you. And Councillors Meggs and Reimer, you were not present for the public hearing related to bylaw 22. Councillor Meggs, have you reviewed the proceedings? Will you be voting on the enactment?
No, I will not be voting.
Okay. And Councillor Reimer? Okay, we have then clarifications on all of the above. So I'd ask someone to move adoption of the 22 bylaws. We're considering Councillor Deal. Councillor Deal will, Councillor Jang will second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you. And the list of approved bylaws is available on the city's website. We're on to administrative motions. We have one of those, which is to be moved by Councillor Jang and seconded by Councillor Reimer. Is there any debate on the administrative motion? And we have all those in favor, administrative motion. Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you for that. We're on to agenda item 11, which is motions on notice. Motion number 1 has been withdrawn. And motion 3, we referred to here tomorrow, to tomorrow's committee meeting to hear from speakers, but my understanding is that we don't now have speakers, which means that we would need a motion to reconsider. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. Both speakers, well, there were 3 speakers, one of whom had already withdrawn at the time the council meeting started. The other 2 were here on behalf of Cedar Cottage Neighbourhood House. I did advise them that it would be at the end of the agenda tomorrow, and that there would be no way of knowing how many hours they would be waiting to be heard, so they made, I believe, an advised decision to not speak tomorrow, and they have sent an email to the clerk to that effect, and that they are supportive of the motion on behalf of Cedar Cottage Neighbourhood House. So to that end, I would make a motion to reconsider the referral of this item to tomorrow, as there are no longer, as the rationale for that referral no longer exists.
Okay, moved by Councillor Reimer, a seconder for that. Councillor Deal will second. Any discussion on reconsideration of that motion? All those in favor? Any opposed to reconsidering? And that carries. So we will go to that Back to that motion then, standing up for Vancouver's neighborhood schools. Councillor Reimer to the motion, or to introduce the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. So I will introduce the motion, and thank you for seconding it. I will say I am a former school board trustee, so I do follow the issues of the school board quite closely. However, I rise today entirely in my capacity as a councillor who's concerned about the future of particularly the east side of Vancouver and what these closures would do, not just for students in the school system in our community, but for their families, for the businesses that are around the schools, and for the very fabric of a city that was built on the concept of neighborhood schools as hubs of neighborhood services, which these now 11 schools would represent. As you may have heard, the school board has taken Britannia off the list in the preliminary decision. However, 11 schools still face closure, close to 2,500 students. And again, the vast majority of these, over 90%, live on the east side of Vancouver and represent demographically some of our most vulnerable kids, the kids that we talk about when we're passing things like the healthy city policy and other policies such as rental and community plans to support children and families. I know that nobody wants to see empty space in schools, and as people who have to deal with the realities of taxes on the public, we are very mindful about the money that we're raising. At the same time, none of us, I believe, would want to support a policy that has no basis in pedagogy or research or best practices for children. The 95% capacity is solely based on a financial calculation that ignores extensive and important research about the value of neighborhood schools, which we ourselves as a council have repeatedly recognized when we look at place-based, community-centered learning, which is why the motion talks to the provincial government to look at the capacity requirement in light of 4 factors. First off, that many of these schools, due to a provincial policy of cross-boundary enrollment, see significant fluctuations. So if you go online and look at the enrollment patterns over the course of the last decade in Vancouver schools, it's been about 14 years since that policy was brought in provincially, you will see that some of these schools have fluctuations of enrollment by 10 to 15% year to year. They go up, they go down like yo-yos, and that's not because the neighborhood population does, but because of factors like the Fraser Institute report card working, which does drive people, private schools, school strikes, a number of factors that are unrelated to providing the best possible schooling environment for children. The second part, and I think this is probably the most egregious part of this whole issue, is that the provincial government has said that unless you meet this threshold, which we've pulled out of thin air and has nothing to do with educational outcomes, we will not provide any money for life-saving seismic upgrades anywhere in the district. And that's just, there's a moral imperative to act to say, you know, the capacity discussion is one discussion. Life safety and seismic upgrades should never be tied to another policy. It is essentially holding a gun to the heads of those children and the staff in those schools. Thirdly, the motion asks the minister to support the concept of right sizing of neighborhood schools. If there is a clear, consistent downward enrollment trend, then perhaps there is an argument for a smaller school, but there is no argument that suggests that taking kids out of their neighborhood is good, nor is there an argument that essentially warehousing kids in larger and larger schools further and further from their home is good. And that is essentially, if you read through the school board's report on the school closures issue, what would be happening in schools with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of elementary school age kids, which is not anywhere in research as a best practice for educational outcomes. And fourth, that Aboriginal learners and inner city children, and you're going to hear a report from staff tomorrow on this, we know there's been extensive research done that those kids must, if they are going to succeed, they need place-based solutions. And to take away neighborhood schools and to erode the policy on the east side of town where the majority of inner city kids and Aboriginal learners live, spread across many schools, would be just, it would be a significant uphill climb for us to recover from that and the other policy work that we're trying to do to protect these kids and their communities. So I do hope you'll support the motion to write to the provincial minister with a copy to the chair of the Vancouver School Board to request that the capacity requirements be amended to take into account research, best practice, and the best interests of community.
Thanks, Councillor Reimer, and I'll jump in next with well, first of all, seconding the motion, and my thanks to Councillor Reimer for bringing this motion forward, and for our school board trustees for raising many of these same concerns at the school board, and voicing them along with many parents, many people in the community who have spoken out in favor of our schools and our kids. I do think, as Councillor Reimer said, it was an unconscionable move by the provincial government to tie the investments in seismic upgrades to this requirement to close schools. It's really unbelievable in this day and age, particularly given the resources that the provincial government has. Significant surplus again this year, and the fact that in Vancouver we collect school tax, remit that school tax to the province, and actually the provincial government takes some of that money out of the money that they then remit to the Vancouver School Board. My understanding is it's about $15 million that gets skimmed off of the school tax collected from Vancouver taxpayers for our schools. So there's people in Vancouver paying taxes expecting that those dollars are going to our schools. In fact, they're going into the provincial treasury. So the math doesn't add up here, and those who suffer the most are our kids, and the most vulnerable kids on the east side who deserve to have neighborhood schools, deserve to have schools that are right-sized for their community. In a time when Vancouver's economy is booming so steadily for the last 5 years, and we're going to see another 5 years at least of steady, robust growth in Vancouver, we need to be investing in our kids. We need to make sure that the education system is as good as it could possibly be. Our businesses need the best students coming out of our school programs that have had a great education, and that means that we need to keep schools open and keep, if anything, more resources going into these schools. I think these are some excellent steps that the province can take to ensure that Vancouver schools are invested in, are protected in the neighborhoods where there are more vulnerable kids, inner city kids, Aboriginal kids. We want to make sure as the city grows, and we've had the Grandview Woodlands neighborhood plan just go through, we'll see a significant increase in population in the very neighborhoods where the province is forcing school closures, which doesn't add up between there and Joyce precinct around the SkyTrain station. It's hard to fathom why we would be closing schools in neighborhoods where we're going to add lots of population, lots of kids, family housing requirements, and all these new developments that are where rezonings are taking place. It's really troubling that that there's a persistent push by the BC government to close really important schools in Vancouver. So I think we've got to do everything we can as a council to support our school board, to make sure we're supporting the kids in our city to get the best education they can, and safeguarding these important public assets. Make sure that they are looked after, that we're doing the best work we can in those schools and the public land that they sit on. So I'm happy to support this, and happy to go to the wall to protect Vancouver schools and stand up for our kids. Councillor Meggs, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, and I appreciate this motion as well. I think that it was telling that the school board trustees decided before they even really got into the consultation to put aside Britannia. And I think that when there's a closer examination of the cases among the other schools, they'll find it's very difficult to make very profound distinctions between some of those other schools, or any of those other schools, as far as I'm aware, in Britannia. So I'm hopeful that the decision on Britannia signals a move by the school board to do everything possible to keep these schools open for the reasons that others have laid out. I think it's unprecedented, really, and we have lots of ups and downs with the provincial government ourselves, but to see them say, well, we won't build a new school until you close some of the others, or we won't do your seismic upgrading until you do some other things, is really a remarkable and terrible precedent. I mean, we see communities growing in the city, as the mayor's pointed out. There's a space allocated at Olympic Village. We're finally getting the school built at International Village. Again, provincial policy requires that there'd be full enrollment before the building starts. So families wait for years and years and years and campaign and campaign and campaign to open schools. And I would point out, these are in neighborhoods where school board staff seem to be thinking there won't be any growth. These are neighborhoods like Yaletown where frankly, I think planning staff did not anticipate there'd be the number of school-age children that wound up growing up there. And so it's taken a while to catch up to the needs of that Yaletown community. The communities we're approving now have, by requirement, much more family housing in them, and so it should be. And so the expectation would be that there'd be an even bigger requirement to protect existing school infrastructure where we don't need to build it, even if today it appears the enrollment is softer than people would like. There's a bunch of other reasons why that may be the case, and I won't get into them now, but I think that it would be worthwhile for council just to take note as well of the remarkable outpouring of community support for Carleton, Bruce, and Gladstone. Like thousands and thousands and thousands of petitions, and I think that it behooves the people in Victoria who are making these decisions to take note of that huge community support, which has to weigh in the scales against some of the bean counting that we've been seeing happening in Victoria to the detriment of people here. I think that the strongest argument, though, may be this arbitrary decision, which Councillor Reimer's outlined very well, to require a 95% number as if there's some specific magic around that, when really you need to have some flexibility and look at what the educational requirements are going to be long-term, which is what we have to do when we're doing our city planning. And so shifting that alone would contribute significantly to easing the crisis that's breaking out in the anxiety that's sweeping a lot of the east side communities in our city because of the threat to the local schools. So I thank Councillor Reimer for drafting this up and bringing it forward.
Thanks, Councillor Meigs. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll echo my thanks to Councillor Reimer and to yourself for bringing forward this motion. I think it's an incredibly important motion for us as a council to get behind. I also just want to express my thanks to the Vancouver School Board for the work that they do and how difficult their work and decision making has become under some policy requirements that have come down from the provincial government, which actually do not make any sense from the point of view of both planning and development within the city of Vancouver and the capacity that's being required by the provincial government, or make any sense from the point of view of protecting children from schools who are now students in schools, which are a threat to their safety because of the need for seismic upgrades. And we all know that we are in a seismically active zone where we're beyond the predicted time span for the next big earthquake. Regarding the 95% capacity, for me, it's been it's just been extremely frustrating to think that policy can be set that is based primarily on money and on funding, not on what the real purpose is of having schools, which is to educate our children. 95% capacity had nothing to do with pedagogical reasons or educational outcomes, nothing to do with it. And in fact, we all know that the smaller class sizes are actually and changes within classes from one grade to another. This has been historically very commonplace. So this is a policy which has not been reflective of how our education system has functioned in the past, nor has anything to do with the actual educational outcomes, as I say, of our students. I'm particularly distraught by those policies, knowing that they are not at all linked to, and the decision and the push to make decisions now is not based on understanding what we as a city have done in terms of decision making through our community plans, through the development push that we have undertaken to try and increase, for example, rental accommodation in the city. Those things don't play out within a 12-month school year. It takes longer than that, and it does not make sense to force closure of schools when we've got plans in place that are looking at attracting development and more population in areas where those schools are listed. So happy to vote for this motion, and as I say, very, very happy that it was brought forward.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't recall running for school board here, but apparently we're focused on school board here. You know, I think one of the challenges we have with our school board is that over the last 6 years, the Vision-dominated school board did not make any tough decisions. And so as a result, they knew the rules and what the province was requiring of them, and they didn't really do that. They didn't do what was necessary. I'm not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing. It's a statement of fact. And as a result, now they're in a situation after 6 years of not budgeting correctly with a $15 million projected shortfall. This is disappointing. I think that they have now put themselves in a very difficult situation, and here we are at City Council discussing how we can help the school board by sending a letter to the province. You know, and there's a couple of issues in here that I worry about. Factual stuff, I don't think, well, I'm not sure, maybe Councillor Reimer meant this, the 95% capacity, I believe that's the average for the city. It's not per school, it's the average for the city. Perhaps that's intentional. There's also the couple of the requirement in the resolution. I don't believe that's a requirement. I think it's a recommendation from the province, but it's not a requirement. It's up to the school board to decide how they want to do that. But again, maybe Councillor Reimer can provide some clarity to that. You know, again, you know, we're not the school board. We're sending a letter here. This is what this is asking to the province to address this issue. I am a parent, though, and I was on my kids' PAC for many years before I got into politics. And PACs, parent advisory committees, can be very political, as you know, for those of you who have been on parent advisory committees. And you see firsthand the challenges that parents are having with the downloading that has been happening for many, many, many years, whether it be BC Liberals in the province or NDP. This has been a problem that's been happening for a very long time, and at the end of the day, when I was on the chair of the PAC, we had to go find money ourselves to deal with issues that were related to the school. That back in the day, you would do the school system itself. As a kid, I remember things were supplied to us, and now parents are responsible for a lot of things at the school. So there's a lot of things happening in our school system that are broken, absolutely. And I think it's important for us as parents, as residents of the city, to address those issues. And if this letter perhaps can change the way the province might be looking at it, the way the school board behaves and makes their decisions. Certainly over the last 6 years, there have been non-decisions made, unfortunately, and now they put themselves in a very, very difficult predicament and very challenging predicament. And I think that it's important that they have to make their decisions. We can express our opinions here and we can send a letter. Whether or not it'll make a difference, I'm highly doubtful. But I think it's important for us to stand up and believe in our kids' education in the city and in this province. And I think we can do better overall as a city government, as a provincial government, as a federal government. Everybody can do better in our education. Education is a cornerstone to growth and prosperity in our country, and I think we can do better. And maybe this will help. I don't know. I think there's some issues with it, but I'll support it, and we'll see what the province says. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. And I know that all of us want to support our school board and the people who work so hard to try to help our children. I appreciate a number of the issues that have been brought forward in this motion, particularly that we're able to look at what capacity really means in a school, and that certain classrooms may be used different ways, and they don't necessarily have to be completely full to be providing the kind of educational opportunities that we wish to happen. I also know that sometimes, and every once in a while, I've had a child in a school, and we were next door to a fully endowed school that had everything in the world, but the school we were going to had absolutely nothing. That was ancient. So in the decision to move with the neighborhood to the larger school, we were fully able to access everything that they had in that school, and the old school was able to be dismantled, and until more kids moved back into the neighborhood, there wasn't that expansion, and that took over 25 years. So I do know that it's not always bad to close a school. There are opportunities that can happen, and if the school board sees that that is possible, then we want to be able to support them to provide the best opportunities for the child. So I think there's always a balance here. We want to make sure that the school board can do that balance. We want to make sure they're properly funded and not put in a position of having their backs against the wall because of an arbitrary decision on So hopefully this will encourage more thinking about capacity and how it is used in the schools to best benefit the education for our children. So thank you, Councillor Reimer, and all the best. Let us hope we get some change.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I too will be very wholeheartedly supporting the motion. You know, I've listened to the debate and some of the comments made by various councillors, and certainly the suggestion that school boards have not made a decision, I think, is erroneous. The provincial government has decided to hold our kids hostage. You can't have this unless you do this. You can't have this unless you do that. You can't have anything unless you say what we do. And here they are bragging about a $1.6 billion surplus, and they can't find a bit of money to help East Side schools. I live in the East Side, grew up there, did everything there, still live there and enjoy it greatly, and there are challenges there. But our school board didn't. Our school boards have made a decision. They made a decision to side with the kids, to make sure they got the best education possible and not be held hostage. So I commend them for that, as opposed to berating them for that. So I'm very glad to be supporting this motion, and we cannot let our children and their education be held hostage. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jang, and it's back to Councillor Reimer for closing comments.
Thanks, Mayor Robertson. Well, I'll just make a few comments. I appreciate the support, and I'm glad to hear that it's likely to pass unanimously, because I do think education suffers so greatly from the partisanship that it really has eroded. I saw that as a school trustee, I saw that as a parent, and I see that now as a counselor happening in the communities that we're trying so hard to support. I did not want to run for school board the first time, and certainly didn't the second, third, or fourth time I ran for council, which is why I'm not providing any commentary on the school board's actions, because I think it's highly inappropriate and disrespectful for me to do so. I have been there, done that. I know how tough a job it is, and the last thing they need is a peanut gallery of people who have a very different reality facing them in the municipal role as a councillor. What I can say is that I have fought hard for our communities, and particularly our East Side communities, where people need people who will use their voice here and out in the community to fight for them. And that's really what this is about, is using our voice not to berate the school board, but to talk to the provincial minister of education in a calm way about a capacity requirement that meets the needs of students and families and youth in our communities. I wanted to point out that DPAC, the District Parent Advisory Council, has written a letter in support. The schools that are affected have written letters in support. The neighborhood houses have written letters in support. I've talked to BIAs who are very busy and did not write letters of support. And I've had people stop me on the street, which is actually reasonably unusual for me. Most people respect that when I'm walking home, I probably in my own head, but just how much it matters to them to know that somebody outside the school community has their back. And I think it will matter a lot to them to know that at least here, despite the partisan comments related to the board, people are willing to support the issue of better neighborhood schools in their communities in a non-partisan way.
Okay, thank you. And we will go now to the vote on the Standing Up for Vancouver's Neighborhood Schools motion. Councillor DiGenova, are you? There you go. Okay. We've got 10 votes in favor, unanimous support for the motion. So thank you, Council, for that. Thanks, Councillor Reimer, for bringing it forward. And we have one other motion. It's a request for leaves of absence for Councillors Affleck and Ball. Someone like to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor DiGenova. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. So we are done with the motions on notice. We currently have one item of new business, which is a request for leave of absence for Councillor Louis. Need a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Jang, Councillor Deal seconds. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. And I'll go on to Speaking queue for new business. Councillor Meggs is first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've received some correspondence from applicants for a development permit at 884 East Georgia. I've discussed this briefly with the city manager, but the reason I rise here is that the Board of Variance heard their appeal of decisions made by staff and upheld the appeal, and they've now been notified that the city legal staff is contemplating some kind of resort to the court, some kind of judicial review for the purposes of challenging the way the Board of Variance is interpreted its jurisdiction in this matter. So I just was hoping that the city manager could report to council on this. I know that the public feels that the Board of Variance is the last stop. There is no appeal from that, and it would be unfortunate, I think, if an applicant that applied in good faith and followed all the rules now found themselves tangled up in further delays and a complex jurisdictional battle over which they had really no control or oversight or anything else. So it is a legal matter, and he may want to reply confidentially to council, but I did want to raise it here to alert him that I think it is a concern in the community if there's now a level of uncertainty around decisions of the Board of Variance. It would be good to clarify that as quickly as possible.
Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor and Council, happy to get a memo to you on it, and it's certainly something that I've been made aware of and have talked to our legal staff a couple times today about it. So get you a note on it in the next couple days.
Okay, we're on to Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You had just mentioned new business. Usually we do all three new business inquiries.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure,
All in the same.
just to clarify. So first of all, a inquiry in a matter of new business would be all councillors, I understand, and our mayor were invited to a rally held by the residents down on Point Grey Road. I did attend, and the residents were quite concerned that there had been some reports in the media that there would be, perhaps residents had said to me that they had actually understood this from people working on the project. This is what I had been told, that there would be an $80,000 charge to each residence on the north side of the street where that road work would be done to underground the power poles. I understand, I have reached out to staff that would be between the residents and BC Hydro, and that was not city-led. I was hoping that we would receive a memo on that. I also understand that if that is the case and that moves ahead, that the 10-foot easement that the city will be taking due to the past recommendations for the improvements on Point Grey Road, that another 10 feet would have to come back on every second household for a power station. So I'm just hoping that staff would be able to provide a memo to all city councillors. I know that I'm not the only one who has received requests on this for clarification from the residents who are concerned that they will be on the hook for a large bill and that this wasn't set out in the original recommendations or the report. So there's that. I'm hoping that I'll be able to receive, that all of council might be able to receive a memo on that. Is that a yes? Okay.
Mr. Mayor and Council, you're correct that it's not a city-led initiative. This is between the residents and BC Hydro, and I think it's actually initiated by some residents asking about that infrastructure being undergrounded, but happy to clarify that in a memo to you, if that would help.
That would be great. Thank you very much. And I also just wanted to note, and I had a question, it was, I suppose, more of an inquiry regarding on the nominations for our advisory committees. If there is a question on the nomination, I suppose this would be best answered by the nomination committee, but I'm going to put it out there so it's on the record. Is there a question on the application for advisory committees as to whether or not a person may be in conflict of interest for that particular committee? So that's a question that I have, and I'd just be interested to have some information back on that when people apply, if they do declare any conflicts that they do have. So if I could receive that information, that would be fantastic. And on
if I may, Councillor, just to clarify, what are you looking for?
The current application form. I understand that there's an application form that's available to anyone who wants to apply.
Yes, from the clerk, yes.
Yes, so there is a section where they would declare any conflict of interest that they had.
The application form itself, conflicts of interest would relate to the, if I understand you correctly, would relate to the subject matter to the items that are on the agenda for the advisory body. So it could be a variety. I'm not sure that it's something that could be captured on a form or when someone's applying. I'm not sure how one would be able to know what matters might be discussed by the advisory body itself.
No, I do understand, although if an advisory committee member did foresee, and I understand that there's two types of conflict of interest. There's pecuniary and impecuniary conflicts of interest, and pecuniary would be a type of, for instance, work that person might do. So I'm just wondering if there's a section currently on the form where they could declare.
All members of advisory bodies, the code of conduct applies to all members, and so it outlines in reasonable detail as to how to determine if they have a conflict of interest, and so they're meant to walk through and that is actually one of the documents that is shared with advisory body members when they actually join.
Thank you. My time is running out, so I will take that offline then. So I will follow up on that. Just a couple of events, as I only have a few seconds here. I was very pleased to see, and I know that our mayor was there as well, and Councillor Carr was there as well, at the Dragon lamp lighting in Chinatown. I know that that's a project that certainly I know that I was there for the first lighting. I don't really remember it. I was very young. But to see the beautiful new LED lights with the heritage components and the dragons on them throughout Chinatown, as the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association celebrates its 35th year, it was very heartwarming. And I know that a number of our staff, including our engineering department, chief engineer Jerry Dobrovoni and Wendy Au, put a lot of work into that campaign as well. So I just wanted to point out their work on that. And also just to mention the Italian Cultural Center had their annual fundraising gala, the El Centro Gala, and it was a fantastic evening. Now, I know I'm over time, so I won't belabor that any longer, but I just wanted to also mention a couple of the events that I went to, although there's probably a dozen more I could as well.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Carr is next.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 inquiries, and my first is around the Vancouver School Board, which has written to you, Mr. Mayor, requesting information around the closure of marijuana dispensaries around schools. And they haven't received a response yet, and I'm just hoping that a response can get to them in a fairly expeditious way.
Okay, I can certainly check on that.
Great,
Make sure between my staff and city staff, we've got that sort of responded to.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, so it'd be great if it happened. I think that they've been waiting for that, and be good. Thank you. My second has to do with Crab Park, which is down in the downtown east side, as we all know, near the port and near the Centerm port facility, which is undergoing a multi-million-dollar expansion, and concerns that have been raised in the public. There certainly have been rallies around this and concerns raised around the impact of that expansion on the park itself, and in terms of just the increased activity along the foreshore. That is an area where we have, right now, rail lines going and, dangerous goods being transported. Anyway, I would really like just an update. It can be via a memo on what's happening with that proposal. And I understand maybe the park board is involved with this, but because questions are coming to me as well, I would, from the public, I would like to have an update.
I might jump in, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm not sure how much of an update there is to give at this point. They're undergoing consultation for their proposal. It's really being led by the port, and they're going through their consultation process. So I'm not sure how much I could.
If we as a city are at all involved, you could just send us a memo around what our involvement is in that process. I'd appreciate it because I'm being asked that question.
Okay, I understand.
Great, thank you. Third has to do with St. Paul's Hospital and its move. As you all remember, when we considered this particular application to move, we passed a motion. In that motion, which was January 20th, 2016, in that motion I did provide some wording in an amendment that directed council that council directed staff to collaborate with Providence and Vancouver Coastal Health on robust public consultation on the relocation and transformation, and that included, my wording included, on the current St. Paul's site, and that city staff should participate in the Providence Vancouver Coastal Health Clinical Services planning process on healthcare services required in the West End and across the downtown area, and report back to council on the consultation outcomes. We have received 2 letters from MLA Spencer Chandra Herbert on this. He hasn't got a response back. I'm seeking information that could provide a response to him around what the state of those public, as we said, robust public consultations are. I've certainly been privy to the fact that the current consultations that are being undertaken by Providence have nothing to do with the current site and everything to do with the proposed site. And there is concern being raised that what we passed in council as a requirement to consult around this health services needed to be continued in the West End, that has not yet started or happened. So I'm seeking clarification on, have we assigned staff to do this kind of consultation? What is the timeline? I'm concerned that I won't have any information about that at the point where I may have to make a decision on the move without knowing the impact of that move on the neighborhood where the current location is.
Mayor and Council, happy to jump in, at least update you on where we're at. At this point, we haven't received the clinical health plan from them. I understand that's still under development. Our focus, as you've rightly indicated, has been on their proposed new site. And as you know, we've done open houses and have been engaged in that. So from our understanding, they are continuing to work on that plan in terms of what would stay on site and what would be moved and what would be on the new site. And so that's really, from my perspective, that's in their ballpark to develop their plan and to engage with the community around that. And so we're waiting to get that plan from them, to be honest, and we're enthusiastic to see it and to be able to interpret it and understand what they plan to do at the new site from a medical perspective and what they plan to leave at the old site. But that we don't have that yet.
Okay, if we could, just a follow-up, Mr. Mayor, if we could ensure that the motion that we passed does say that city staff should participate in this evaluation. I am not aware of which city staff are doing that. The MLA, Chandra Herbert, is not aware and has made inquiries. So I am looking for some, if we don't have staff assigned to this, will we have staff assigned to this and when?
At this point, we don't have staff that are involved in that. That's an internal process between the hospital and the province. That's a process that they're going through. We've certainly asked for updates and have asked to see their plan, but they're going through a back and forth process with the province right now, and we haven't had a chance to see that the results of that work yet.
Yeah. I'll do further follow-up.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Reimer, new business? Inquiries, other matters?
Yeah, a few things. Mayor Robertson, I did want to note that Musqueam Chief Sparrow's, Wayne Sparrow's mother, Helen, passed away this weekend after a lengthy illness. I know some of you know that from being here last night for the art unveiling, but to note it on the public record and to offer my condolences to the family. She was a very strong, tough matriarch who raised a powerful man, but also many in her son Wayne, but also quite a lot of children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren and people in the community that she touched. And as a member of Musqueam, obviously a member of Vancouver as well. So it was a passing of an important person in our world, and that council and the city may want to reach out to Chief Sparrow in this time. Couple other things. I will pick up on the Spencer Chandra Herbert thread. I was one of only 2 counselors here consistently over the summer and was dispatched to talk to him, so we have talked to him. I've talked to him actually at length at several occasions starting in the middle of August onwards, so he is very aware. It may be an older email that you're working off of. Happy to connect on that, but you would hear exactly what the city manager told you, which Spencer Chandra Herbert is also aware of. He is, as I understand it, dealing with Providence directly, so which he's able to do in a way we as councillors can't, so there might be some opportunity there for you to connect. I did want to note the pro walk, pro bike, pro place, particularly the pro place part of that conference. It was a really spectacular placemaking week in Vancouver. I mean, we had staff from many, many different angles on engineering, but also the public space component, the arts component, the animation of public space, the business community. It really felt like a coming out party for all this work that has been done to improve Vancouver's public spaces. And to note that the Vancouver Public Spaces Network somewhat serendipitously celebrated its 10th anniversary during that week. So it was really kind of a good and special time, and was there on hand to congratulate them in person for really pushing the envelope. I don't know that we would be asking ourselves collectively, either on council or as a city, a lot of the questions about public space if they wouldn't have been there to push that forward. Vancouver Fashion Week is this week. I wanted to note that Vancouver now has the longest running fashion week in Canada, which is kind of coming from the days of being known as the yoga pant capital of the world. In fact, we may still be known as that, but now we have actual fashion as well as yoga pants here to offer congratulations to Jamal, who's he really is the one spark that makes that happen consistently every year, along with supporters like Daniel Lee and Sarah Murray and others. And last thing that I wanted to note, or ask staff actually, so when we pull reports from the agenda, staff are stuck nearby here waiting to hear from us. I think I would find it helpful to get a sense of where it might make, well, I guess it's sort of a judgment call, what staff would be amenable to us just sending an email or calling about. And there were issues today around blank pages or conflicts maybe that could be declared earlier so that the staff aren't stuck in a position of having to be nearby on call, so that we might be able to use those resources a bit more effectively. So if that was possible to summarize in a memo, I think it would probably help us be a bit more efficient here.
Mr. Mayor and Council, yeah, thanks. I think obviously staff are happy to be here on call to answer questions, and that's our jobs. And many of them are eager to answer your questions. However, if a report is held for something that we could respond to in a quick email, we would much prefer that, because then staff aren't, because that can be 3 or 4 or 5 hours of 4 or 5 people sitting around waiting. So we would certainly appreciate, if they are simple questions, like a graphic is missing, or something that we can just respond to in an email, I'm more than happy to get that to you before the meeting, so you don't need to feel like you have to hold a report. And those questions could go to me. I'm not sure, in terms of a memo, I'm happy to draft a memo, but the circumstances are so different each time. I mean, I guess I'd say if you have a relatively simple question, shoot it over and we'll try to answer it before the meeting, because you do normally have a week once it goes on the website to when it comes to council. That's plenty of time for us to be able to respond. If it's a substantive question, then I could just respond and say, I think that's an appropriate question to have at the floor of council, or I could say, this relatively simple question, yeah, we'll take care of it. So maybe rather than drafting a memo, maybe we just say in this format, send any questions that you may have that you think are relatively simple enough, and I'm happy to try to respond to them. And if it's substantive enough, we could just respond to all the mayor and council so everyone knows what the question was, so that it's clear what information has been shared. Would that work?
That would be fantastic. And on the conflict, if there was a simpler way for the conflict to be declared in such a way, with such timing as that staff are not left in the position of waiting.
Point of order, Councillor DiGenova.
bylaw, although, Mr. Mayor, you don't ask anyone else to. I'm the only one who did declare a conflict today, and usually I have said, actually, that this is the reason I'm doing it for, and I was told at a previous meeting that I would declare my conflict at that point when the matter came up. So I'd just like to remind other councillors that it's up to the individual councillor to declare a conflict, and how they choose to do that and the time they choose to do that is their choice. So perhaps if we all worry more about ourselves and less about others, we will be more efficient. Thank you.
I'm not sure, what was your point of order there?
My point of order, Mr. Mayor, is that I have been told that the process is different 2 times here, and I do believe that Councillor Reimer was, if you want me to bring it up, was speaking to something that I had done earlier today, as she had referenced a conflict, and I'm the only councillor who did declare a conflict. So for that reason, I felt that I should speak to that and mention to Councillor Reimer that that was my choice, and the process I understood that I was to do that.
So we're using up more time as we go here,
fine.
and there's no need for that clarification. I think she was raising a general point about efficient use of staff time, regardless of whose conflict it is or what the nature of the questions are. So that's not a point of order.
Thank you, Mayor
Councillor
Robertson.
Reimer?
I actually was concerned with myself, Councillor DeGenova, that I did not want to be put in the position of wasting staff time as was done earlier today. So I was curious about when, if I were to declare a conflict, I know I don't do that often, but if I had to do it in such a way as to ensure we didn't have staff waiting for, I think it was close to 4 hours today. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and happy to have the clerk jump in as well. The way that I interpreted the point is that if the conflict is declared at the beginning of the meeting, then the staff that are there don't need to wait around expecting that they're going to answer questions, and that could save time from staff having to stick around for the entire session when there aren't actually questions for them. And I think that actually could help as well, and would be happy to clarify what points in a meeting conflicts could be declared. If Janice, you want to jump in?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. When we were considering the consent items, it would be my recommendation that at that time, if a report is being held because it is related to a conflict of interest, that at that point, when you do hold the report, you indicate, I'm holding this because it is a conflict of interest. And in that way, it signals the staff that it just strictly deals with that. For other items where they're not being held, like for example, members' motions or whatever, where they're not being treated as part of the consent agenda, then the appropriate procedure is that at that time when that item is considered, that if a member has a conflict of interest, at the start of that consideration of that item, they indicate that there is a conflict of interest, and they state the reason, and they exit the room for the discussion of that. But where it is consent items, the appropriate procedure would be to declare that you are holding it, and the reason you're holding it is because there is a conflict.
Point of order,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. I wanted to respond. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the clerk's clarification, because it wasn't you, Mr. Mayor, but our acting mayor who actually, when I did last time declare a conflict, told me it was not the appropriate place in the meeting. That's as I remember it. So it's good to have that clarification. So I will make sure and I hope other councillors will as well, but I've received different direction from different chairs. So thank you.
Okay, I'd seek some clarification from the clerks and city manager on this. If that is the moment in time in a council meeting to indicate a conflict, that means that any staff related to these items have to make the trip from whatever facility they work in to sit in council waiting for a conflict to be expressed when there was no reason for them to be here. Is it possible for that issue to be resolved prior to the council meeting, so staff don't have to sit here waiting for something that's never going to happen? Or is it necessary to wait until the meeting is actually in process?
Mr. Mayor, maybe, because I think this is some good questions that are being raised, maybe this does warrant clarification of, through a memo, of points in the meeting, and if we could declare, if councillors could declare before the meeting to save the time of them needing to have drag staff in. So why don't we clarify that piece of it and respond in writing to council? Would that work?
That would be great. That'd be great, given there are legal implications with all this. That would be great.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. No further speakers. I just wanted to thank our clerks and city staff for the work done over the summer to this council chamber. Not only the incredible First Nations art, which we Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh artists and city staff worked hard. Councillor Reimer, on behalf of council on that committee, is an extraordinary improvement and change for this council chamber for many different reasons. I want to thank you for making this chair's desk here one that can be both sitting and standing. For those of us who chair for long periods of time, and our backs will be much happier for it. We appreciate the modernizing and the work done to take care of this chamber. Get it ready for another scintillating session. So with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. And seconder, Councillor Carr, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. We're adjourned.